Good morning. Please take your seat. Thank you.
Can you please sit down so we can start the meeting?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seat in the back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friend, we have the honor that have the presence of our IOC President, Your Excellency, Dr. Thomas Bach, and we beginning the meeting with the report of the game of the Olympic game in Tokyo. Mr. Muto, have the floor.
Oh, no, you have to call the delegation. Turn off the mic.
All the delegation is with us. You have the floor. The presentation, please.
IOC President Bach, ANOC Senior Vice President Furio Magrione, Dr. Robin Mitchell, ANOC Council members, dear IOC members, dear NOC friends, and distinguished guests. I'm Toshiro Muto, CEO of Tokyo 2020. First, I have to report to you that the President Mori is unable to come to this meeting due to other duties. He asked me to convey to you all his apology and greeting. It is the first time for Tokyo to host the General Assembly of ANOC. In preparing for this meeting, I am told that there was great cooperation from IOC, for which I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Today, I'd like to update you on our progress and Games preparations. Let me begin with what the Tokyo 2020 Games aim to achieve. Our Games vision is sport has the power to change the world and our future. Under this vision, Tokyo 2020 Games have been crystallized in 3 ways: youth, engagement, and Games legacy. The first important feature of our Games is youth. New sports such as sports climbing, surfing, skateboarding, 3x3 basketball, and BMX freestyle are emerging and fully engaged with the youth culture since the creation of the sports. These urban sports captured greater attention in the successful Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires last month. In 2020, a vast space of Tokyo waterfront area will stage the urban sports, creating a dynamic and youthful atmosphere to reach out to new audiences. Second, engagement. We believe that the Tokyo 2020 Games will gain further momentum through public engagement in the lead-up to the Games. We have already seen some best practices in our journey. The Games emblems were created through an open selection process. We received nearly 15,000 applications for the open design competition, and a part of the selection process was even live-streamed. As for the Games mascot selection, the best part was that the pair was chosen by elementary school children. More than 80% of elementary schools, or 4.5 million children, participated in the nationwide vote. Tokyo 2020 medal project is also underway. We are producing victory medals from metals extracted from discarded electronic devices such as mobile phones. This has become a great advocacy campaign of creating a recycling society. Third, the Games legacy. The 1964 Games transformed the city with new infrastructure such as Shinkansen and the Metropolitan Expressway, having boosted economic development in Japan. Today, the city is highly urbanized. For the 2020 Games, we'd like to put a particular focus on the soft legacy rather than hard legacy. The Games will bring about a social change and create a truly inclusive society for everyone. The Tokyo 2020 Games will be long remembered as a catalyst of the biggest social transformation for Tokyo and Japan in this era. I'd like to move on to sports. The Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 will feature a record 33 sports and 339 events. The action-packed program will see a major boost for the women's participation, achieving the most gender-balanced games in Olympic history. The competition schedule by session was released in July, and there have been updates over the past few months. Meanwhile, The competition schedule by event is due to be finalized next month. As for the test events, Tokyo 2020 staff members were able to experience the first test event at the World Sailing's World Cup Series in Enoshima last September already. The majority of the test events will take place from next summer through May 2020 in 3 phases. Wave 1 for mainly outdoor sports, Wave 2 for indoor sports, and Wave 3 for focusing on the command, control, and communications. 36 test events have been announced already, and the rest will be released in January to complete the test event calendar. On road events, courses for marathon, race walk, triathlon, and cycling road have been cemented and announced over the last few months. The competition schedules, the test event calendar, and the road event courses are available at the extranet Tokyo 2020 Connect. With regard to water quality in Odaiba Marine Park, the venue for triathlon and marathon swimming, Tokyo 2020 and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government conducted a verification test on multi-layered underwater screens last summer. The test results, released in October, verified the effectiveness of the underwater screen and secured the water quality within IF regulations. We will conduct further screen tests to ensure the quality of water for the competitions. Concerning measures on adverse weather conditions, we have observed unprecedented heat weather and typhoons last summer. The Tokyo 2020 considers those as major issues. We have set up the Adverse Weather Issue Resolution Group with the IOC to discuss measures to respond to various adverse weather conditions, including heat, heavy rainfall, typhoons, and so forth. We'll soon provide you the data on last summer's weather conditions in Tokyo and other weather information of different areas, including local venues, for your athletes' preparations. Next, turning to venues. Venue construction is on track and will be completed in time for the test events. Of those 9 new permanent venue projects, the Olympic Stadium is set to be finished in November 2019. The Tokyo Aquatic Center is due to be completed in February 2020. Those new venues will provide athletes the best games experience, but also enrich people's lives in the city for decades to come. Regarding the Olympic Village, construction is on schedule and will be finished by the end of 2019. The village has a total of 21 residential buildings divided into 4 blocks. There will be 3,800 apartment units with 18,000 beds. The transport mall and the main dining hall are conveniently located in the center of the village, while the NOC Services Center and the Sport Information Center are located in the southeast corner of the village. Internal shuttle buses will be operated, making 9 stops in a loop. We'll have 2 satellite villages for athletes and team officials participating in the sailing and cycling competitions. The Olympic Sailing Village, Oisu Prince Hotel, will be located about 20 kilometers west from the sailing venue. As for the Olympic cycling village, we have selected La Forêt Shuzhenji Hotel, which is located 20 kilometers west of Is Velodrome and Is MTB course. Following the decision at the 6th IOC Coordination Commission in July, the village opening date is now set for 14th July 2020. While the village will open 10 days prior to the opening ceremony, instead of traditional 12 days, the pre-opening period remains the same 6 days as before, ensuring sufficient time for your preparations. Next, accommodation. Tokyo 2020 has secured 4,500 rooms for NOC guests. However, several hotels located in the city center observed a high volume of requests and could not accommodate all of them. We are making our best efforts to meet your request in every possible way and finalizing the allocation of hotel rooms this month. Meanwhile, Tokyo 2020 is now working on a program to help athletes, family, and friends to book their accommodations. A dedicated booking process will be introduced in January 2020. Moving on to ticketing. NOCs are requested to submit the ticket sales agreement and business plan by the end of this month to participate in the ticketing program. We have started accepting initial requests for tickets from game stakeholders since 30th October. Upon approval, ticket sales agreement and business plan by the IOC and Tokyo 2020, NOCs are requested to make the initial ticket orders by January 2019 under the current timeline. Next, transport. Individual cars and drivers will be provided to the presidents and the secretaries general of the NOCs in the same way as previously. Also, each NOC will be allocated a number of dedicated vehicles based on total team size. Athlete transport must be optimized to fit Tokyo 2020's venue master plan, which is very unique, with venues being split across a city and adjacent prefectures. The Olympic route network will be set across the greater Tokyo area. Due to traffic conditions in Tokyo, priority lanes will be set in most of the Olympic route network rather than dedicated lanes. We will also implement a program of travel demand management aiming at reducing the traffic volume by 15% to 40 days levels. The traffic system management will control the car volume too. We will dedicate our utmost efforts to providing reliable transport through these measures. Finally, I'd like to touch on key dates. We have hosted NOC Open Days 4 times previously, and today I am pleased to announce that the next Open Days will be held from 18th to 20th of March 2019. Details will be communicated in December. Most importantly, the NOC Chef de Mission Seminar will be held in Tokyo from 20th to 22nd of August 2019. Further information about the program, registration, and accommodation will be available January next year. During the ANOC General Assembly, the Tokyo 2020 NOC Relations Team is stationed at the help desks located in the second floor of this building. We are staffing teams from accommodation, ticketing, the Olympic Village at the desks to answer your questions. Tokyo 2020 also looks forward to welcoming you all to the venue tour tomorrow morning. With only 603 days until the opening ceremony, we have entered the operational readiness phase. Your input is always invaluable, and we would appreciate your continuous support and cooperation. I look forward to seeing you again soon in Tokyo. Thank you very much for your attention. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much for the report. Some question? No any question? Thank you very much. Now, the second point is the presentation the President of the IOC, Dr. Thomas Bach.
Good morning to all of you. It's again a pleasure being with you and being able to report to you about what is happening in the International Olympic Committee and in the entire Olympic movement, and to have the opportunity to discuss different questions also with you. When we start this kind of discussion, we should not forget on which basis we are discussing it, where we are right now, before we are looking into the future. Because you can only look into the future when you know where we are coming from. And there we can say that after we met last time in Prague 1 year ago, that we have had a very successful Olympic year. You may remember when we were meeting there in Prague, there were shadows still over the then forthcoming Olympic Winter Games PyeongChang. Shadows in different ways. We even had some doubts whether these games could happen as planned because of the many political interferences we still had there at the end of last year. Now, 1 year later, you have heard the report of PyeongChang 2018, and you have been informed about the great success of these Olympic Winter Games in different ways, from the organizational point of view, from the athletes' point of view, the sports point of view, the village point of view, but also the financial point of view, with a surplus of $55 million US, regardless of the many difficulties PyeongChang had to face with regard to the marketing of these games because of the political circumstances before these Winter Games. And I think we can look back also with pride what we have done in PyeongChang and with these Olympic Winter Games for our values. What we have done to promote understanding and peace in the world, and in particular, in this case, on the Korean Peninsula. And there, it's better we let others speak for us than we speak for ourselves. So I may refer to President Moon from the Republic of Korea, who has said that we have opened the door to peace talks with our initiatives on the Korean Peninsula, and who has said that there the IOC deserves a lot of credit for this. And his counterpart in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Chairman Kim Jong-un, he has said that these Olympic Games shifted the momentum in the North-South Korean relations, and that this was totally attributable to the efforts of the IOC. I think this we share, this success we all share together, because at the end it's the NOCs there who are sending their athletes to the Olympic Games. It's the NOCs with whom we arranged the joint march and the joint women's ice hockey team and so many other actions more. So this success is also your success, as every success in this Olympic movement is always not the success of one party alone, it's always the success of everybody. And we have been asked by the leaders of both countries to continue our efforts to contribute to peace on the Korean Peninsula through actions in sport. And of course, the IOC has agreed with this, as we have committed ourselves to this. And already at the very beginning of next year, there will be new talks together with the two NOCs of the two Korean states and with the two governments to see what we can do there to strengthen these peace efforts which are underway on the political level now. We have had the Olympism in Action Forum, which we have to evaluate. My first personal feeling is it was successful. We succeeded in opening the doors. We let fresh air in. We gave our critics the opportunity to express themselves. But they had also to accept that they are not knowing the truth alone, but that there are other opinions, and they had to face these arguments. And then everybody participating and everybody who wanted to listen could make his or her own judgment. But we will have to evaluate this before the IOC Executive Board next year will decide whether we continue with such kind of forum and in which way. So you're all invited to participate in this evaluation. We have started a survey, and there, please participate in this survey and help us shaping the future of this Olympism in Action Forum with your proposals, with your input, with your critics, so that we know how you are and you were feeling about this. And as far as I have heard, that the service has started, but to say it diplomatically, the quantity of responses has still some room for improvement. So please look into this. It's an opportunity to make your voice heard also in this respect. After this forum were the Youth Olympic Games 2018. You have heard the report yesterday by the Organizing Committee. Not much to add to this. These were Youth Olympic Games of a new era, and there I see our IOC Honorary President Jacques Rogge, the father of these Youth Olympic Games, with us. And I'm very happy that at the lunch we had very recently, I think it was last week in Lausanne. I'm very happy to be able to report to you that also he was very pleased with the outcome and with the result of these Youth Olympic Games, where I think we have found a format which gives a future to these Youth Olympic Games. And the future, there will be Africa for the first time within a great Olympic event being in Africa, and where Africa can show us their interpretation of Olympic values, their interpretation on how to approach youth, how to engage with youth, how to promote the Olympic values on the African continent. And I'm sure in one thing, they will continue with the trend that these Youth Olympic Games have been setting. That means gender equality. That means more urban. We have to continue to go where people are, whether in the real world or in the virtual world. But we have to go where the youth and where people are. And we cannot expect any more people just coming to us. We have to engage with them. And there, I think Dakar and Senegal and Africa will be another great opportunity. And in this way, these Youth Olympic Games can also set a trend for the future organization, not only of the Youth Olympic Games, but also of the Olympic Games. And there, I have a kind of dream. When I was experiencing the opening ceremony of these Youth Olympic Games of Buenos Aires 2018 in the center of the city, around the iconic obelisk of the city, I was imagining what such kind of opening ceremony in the city, in the center of a city, in a landmark place of a city, what this would mean for the Olympic Games. Not inviting people to come and to watch an opening ceremony, but to be there and to celebrate with us this Olympic spirit, to be part of the celebration, to share these emotions and not just to see and watch and see others experiencing these emotions. Vous allez entendre un peu plus tard le rapport de Paris 2024 et j'espère bien que nos amis de Paris ont bien reçu ce message et peut-être vous pouvez déjà commencer à réfléchir un petit peu ce qui sera peut-être possible à Paris, or maybe also a little bit later in Los Angeles 2028. Based on this successful Olympic year, we can look with great confidence in the future. And the future is here. It's not around the corner, it's not far away, it's here and now. It's Tokyo 2020. You just have heard the report, so not much to add to this. But again, I want to repeat, and I have been around there also yesterday, half a day with the Organizing Committee of Tokyo 2020. I have really never seen an Olympic city being so ready as Tokyo 18 months before the Olympic Games. Yes, there are challenges we have to address. The heat issue, we always at the Olympic Games will have to look into transportation, but for everything there are solutions, and there are solutions already underway. And the facilities are ready and will be ready in time. You will experience great test events next year. So Tokyo is really an example for a diligent preparation of Olympic Games, and there I would like to thank and to congratulate our friends from the Tokyo Organizing Committee once more. Because they do not only manage to organize these Olympic Games in a technical way. They do not only impress us with their friendliness and with their hospitality. They do not only impress us with their efficiency. They also impress us how they get the message of the values of the Olympic Games really being promoted, how they get this message to the people. And there I have a very personal experience. Visiting Fukushima and the devastated areas just a couple of days ago together with Prime Minister Abe. There you could really feel the power of sport. The power of sport to unite people, the power of sport to give hope to people, the power of sport to give optimism to people. And this was so important in this area, because to reconstruct a devastated area, yes, it needs to reconstruct buildings, to provide electricity, to provide the daily needs of the people. But to be able to do this in such a short period of time, it needs people. And it needs people who are determined. It needs people who are committed. It needs people who have confidence in what they are doing. It needs people who are looking, despite all the challenges they have, with optimism into the future. It needs people who believe in this future. And there it was really moving to experience when speaking there with young athletes, with young people who were affected by this disaster, to experience how much they all related to the power of sport. And they all told us how sport gave them this hope, how sport gave them this optimism, how sport made them believe into the future, how sport united them also with the people who were not directly affected with this disaster. And therefore, we are very happy that with the organization of some baseball and softball games, we can show our solidarity with the people of Fukushima, with the people in these devastated areas, and we can show to them that we are standing by their side, that we are there for solidarity, and that we are there to promote this power of sport to all the people, not only in Tokyo, not only in Japan, but across the world, and in particular for all these people in these devastated countries. We have underway the process for candidatures for 2026. You have heard the reports of two excellent candidates yesterday. I will refrain from making any comments because I guess both candidate cities are in the room, and they will note every word I said, and then they will go home and interpret it in one way or the other. So to tell you, you can both report back home you're very strong candidates. You're embracing Olympic Agenda 2020 by providing more than 80% of existing facilities to your candidatures, and we are looking forward with confidence to this procedure, and we will do this together with you and bring it to a successful end. Putting all this together, Tokyo 2020, Beijing 22, Paris 24, an excellent host city and host country for 26, an excellent host city already for 28, having strong interest already now for the Winter Games in 2030, and having 14 years ahead of the Olympic Games 2032, already now a very strong interest in different continents by different NOCs and different countries. We can really say that we are enjoying a stability which I think any other major organization or industry or NGO would envy us. Because this stability in this world we are living in is maybe the hardest currency you can have. You experience every day in your country, in your society, that everything can change from one day to another, from 1 hour to another in this fast-changing world. And there imagine that there, on the other hand, we have in the Olympic movement this long-term stability with excellent hosts already decided, with others already at the horizon 14 years ahead. And we have this great stability also with regard to all our partners. We do not only have the host cities, we also have the partners. Our many of, be it our top sponsors or our rights-holding broadcasters, have signed agreements until 28 or even until 2032, so that we all can plan long-term, that we all can benefit from this stability, that you can make in your NOCs all the budgets, that you can initiate all the projects, also the long-term projects, knowing that the IOC will also be in the foreseeable future to be able to distribute 90% of all our revenues to the Olympic movement. And that there you are benefiting there from this distribution on the rights from sponsors and our top sponsors, as well as from the TV income we have together, and we are sharing this. And these long-term partnerships, yes, they're important on the financial level for all of us. They allow us to plan long-term, and with our distribution, they allow you to plan long-term. But what I think in the effect is even more important is the confidence which is expressed by these partners in our movement in the Olympic Games and in the IOC. Because these partners, these are industries. They do not sign contracts with us for 2018, for 28 or for 2032 because we have so nice blue eyes and because we are so sympathetic. They calculate, they evaluate very carefully before they make such long-term investments with these amounts which are being involved. And then you can be sure that they sign only knowing that there they have partners on which they rely, in which they have confidence, and that they have an engagement with Olympic Games who will not only maintain but who will even increase their relevance and their attractivity in the years to come. And this is the real message. And this we should not and never forget, because this confidence we have to earn. And we have to earn it every day. And they have confidence in us because, on the one hand, they see the attractivity of the games, they see the relevance of the games, but on the other hand, because they have confidence that we are doing the right thing in this partnership, and that we are doing the right thing with the money they are paying. And that means they also have confidence in our governance. And they trust in our good governance. But it is easier to build confidence than to lose confidence. And therefore, we have to make this effort every day. And this effort means that the same rules of good governance apply and must apply to everybody in the Olympic movement. Because as I told you many times, and maybe you don't want to hear it anymore, but I will not get tired of repeating it. With regard to good governance, what affects one of us affects all of us. So you all, and each and everybody of you, has a responsibility to keep this confidence alive and to apply standards of good governance in your NOC and in everything you are doing. And there we have seen a good example yesterday. Sheikh Ahmed Al-Sabah understood this message very well. And he has drawn the right conclusions. There, and for this reason, the IOC Executive Board has made two very clear statements in this context. We have said, first of all, that we respect the decision he took on his own will. And we recognize that this was taken, his decision was taken in the interest of all of us. But we all also stated at the same time that stepping aside temporarily cannot be interpreted as any admission of guilt, and that the presumption of innocence has to prevail. And therefore, I would once more, what the Executive Board has already done before, but after yesterday's discussion, I would once more pay respect to Sheikh Ahmed Al-Sabah and the firm stance he took after this discussion and the example there he has been setting for taking this responsibility to protect all of us. And we hope that we can see him back here very soon after his case is solved, and we will pay this respect then also on his hopeful return among all of you and among all of us. You should I think this is an encouragement for all of us. It's an encouragement for all of us, again, every day, to apply these rules of good governance, to live a good governance, and to follow this route in order, again, to maintain the confidence of our partners, to maintain the confidence of the world. What is important to maintain confidence is also the role of the athletes. Their roles, no need to repeat, you have heard this so many times from me, is central. And there, again, we, in the last year, could see a new achievement, a milestone achievement by the IOC Athletes Commission and by a steering committee, by drafting and by then approving the athletes' declaration on rights and responsibilities. This is a real milestone. And for me personally, it's also an emotional milestone. Because I was one of them who, I don't know whether my friend Sepp Coe is, no, he was here. So anyway, because he was one of those who, with me at the time, started this fight for a better athletes representation. And we had many ideas. And we were attacking this and attacking that, and we wanted to have lifelong bans for any doper in the world. And we were fighting for a small piece of recognition in any organization. We were fighting for being elected and not being appointed. So in every respect. But what we never managed was to get this together, to put this together in a document. And what we never managed, and maybe could not manage at the time because the ways of communications were not so easy like today. What we never managed was to relate then to the athletes community and to reassure you always that you're doing the right thing in their interest. But now, this Athletes Commission and this steering committee, they have managed to put this together, and to put this together with the input of 4,200 athletes from all over the world. So with this declaration, they can really say, we are speaking on behalf of the athletes of the world. And this we should respect, because they have a legitimacy. Unfortunately, I've heard so many voices in the past, where it was about, I'm speaking on behalf of the athletes of the world. Everybody can criticize. Everybody can express their opinion. Also, this athletes' declaration will not be unanimously accepted. So welcome every proposal for improvement. I think our Athletes Commission will welcome. They're even looking for it. They are offering this dialogue. But we have also to put this into perspective. That if there are critics, yes, express your opinion, come there. But what I cannot understand is that sometimes even officials who have not been elected by anybody in the sports world, not to speak by any athletes, that they express their opinion and say, I am speaking on behalf of the athletes of the world. On behalf of the athletes of the world, it's these elected commissions, it's these representatives who are speaking, it's this steering committee with this procedure of dialogue with thousands of athletes around the world. And this we should respect, this we should then defend as much as we defend the freedom of expression for everybody, but then they should please say, this is my opinion, or this is the opinion of a group of people, and, but not to claim to speak on behalf of the athletes of the world. They are speaking. Our Athletes Commission, this steering committee, in their dialogue with everybody, they can speak with some legitimacy on behalf of the athletes of the world. So please help them also in this respect. Help them in your NOCs to implement these athletes' declaration. Help them that in each NOC we finally have an elected athletes commission, that they have their right to make their voice heard in your NOCs. And then encourage them and send them to what promises to be the biggest ever assembly of athletes representative, the IOC Athletes Forum in April next year in Lausanne. Encourage them to go there. Push them to go there, to make their voice being heard. Then this Athletes Forum has another legitimacy to express the opinion of the athletes of the world. What is significant, and I think Kirsti will later on report, but allow me to make this one point. What is significant in this athletes declaration is that it's about rights and responsibilities. And I want to make this clear in one example. It is easy to say we want to have the right to take part in a fair competition without any manipulation, without any doping. But if you say this as an athlete, it also means you have the responsibility to be fair. You have the responsibility to be clean. Because only if you as athlete are clean, the others can enjoy this right. So every right, and this is like in real life, what you experience day by day, every right brings a responsibility with it. And this is what I really admire, that this steering committee has expressed this so clearly and had the courage to do this, to show there is always a balance between rights and responsibilities. When it comes to clean competition, I think the IOC also has made good progress by establishing the ITA, by avoiding even the perception of a conflict of interest, by delegating the testing to ITA and by delegating the sanctioning to CAS. And I can only invite all of you, in particular if you're organizer of sports events, to follow this path and to engage with ITA as so many international federations now already are doing, because they have realized that this is the right step to do, that this is the step to do for the future of protecting the clean athletes. One of the athletes' rights is also the right to participate in Olympic competitions without any discrimination. And there, unfortunately, again, we had some recent cases about political discrimination in some major sports events in the last year. So that host country did not allow athletes from countries whom they do not recognize diplomatically to enter the country or to use their national symbols or whatever. So there, I just would like to repeat, we stand firmly on this principle of non-discrimination. And we will not only be satisfied by trying to intervene in individual cases or individual problems. I think you have seen in the past and just in the last couple of weeks that we are ready to go a step further, where we advised, in particular, international federations, when they are allocating international events, to have a close look into this question of non-discrimination. And not only have to have a close look, but then also to draw the consequences of this, and not to give any international event to such a country which does not respect the rules of the Olympic Charter and which does not respect our rules. Because again, each and everybody of you, each NOC must have an interest in protecting this principle of non-discrimination, not only because it's one of our core values, but also in your well-understood own interest. Because what is happening now in the relations between a country A and B, tomorrow can happen to you in the relation between country C and D. If the politics in your country is changing, if politically something is changing in another country, and you have all of a sudden the call for sanctions and boycotts and whatsoever, then you are affected. So please help and stand firmly in this question in your very well understood own interest. And this, in these fragile times, is sometimes not easy, because we are living in a time where nationalism is gaining ground over patriotism. Patriotism is a very healthy and positive thing. But in particular in sport, we should not allow that it turns into nationalism. And we are living in a world where there is a lot of mistrust against everything. also against us, but also against any kind of leading organization, business, political party, against what they say in some country, the establishment in general. And there is a tendency to cut any kind of dialogue, to give the impression that if you speak with somebody, if you sit with somebody in a room, you already share their opinion, rather than to realize that if you have a problem with somebody, you will not be able to solve it if you walk out of the door. You will only be able to solve it if you sit in the room and if you at least try to have a dialogue, if you at least try to understand, if you at least try to come to a solution. I'm not saying everybody who has another opinion than me, I don't talk to. So there, our values are challenged in this, what we call, with a German word, but which I think also has entered into English language, this zeitgeist. And because this zeitgeist is like this, and because this zeitgeist is in some respect in contrast to our values, we would have to say, and we have to make it clear, we stand for dialogue, we stand for peace, we stand for diversity, we stand for universality, we stand for tolerance, we stand for respect, and we stand against any form of discrimination in this sporting world. And this clear position, because of this zeitgeist again, is maybe more important than ever. So nobody should have any doubt. The more these our values are challenged, the more we stand together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Thomas Bach. Well, if some Olympic committee want to make some question, the President is open to answer. No question? Morocco, have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voudrais tout d'abord rendre 3 hommages. Le premier, à notre président du CEO, Monsieur Thomas Bach, pour ce partage historique, pour sa passion. D'ailleurs, c'est l'un de ses atouts dans sa réussite de sa mission, parce que c'est un passionné. Il arrive à nous transmettre chaque année, il arrive à nous ressourcer et renforcer notre amour pour le sport et pour l'olympisme. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais aussi remercier le comité d'organisation pour l'excellence de l'organisation de notre Assemblée. Et le comité, le CNO japonais, nous a donné un avant-goût de ce que seront les JO de 2020. Ces JO, certainement, et j'en suis convaincu, seront une formidable réussite. et rehausseront et renforceront l'image du sport. Enfin, je voudrais revenir sur les événements qui ont marqué 2018, à savoir les Jeux d'hiver en Corée, les Jeux asiatiques à Jakarta et les Jeux de Buenos Aires. Et j'ajouterai la Coupe du monde du football, puisque le football est un des sports olympiques les plus en vue. La Coupe du monde organisée en Russie. Je voudrais aussi, à cette occasion, féliciter les organisateurs et surtout leur public qui nous ont offert des événements de très haut niveau. J'ai eu la chance d'assister à 3 de ces événements, la Coupe du monde, les Jeux de Buenos Aires et PyeongChang. Je voudrais remercier leur public pour leur discipline et leur esprit festif qui ont fait que ces manifestations sont des fêtes où le brassage des nationalités dans la fraternité a montré, s'il en était besoin, la force de l'olympisme et ses valeurs. Je voudrais aussi marquer ma très haute satisfaction suite à la décision prise à Buenos Aires de confier les prochains Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse au Sénégal. Le CIO s'ouvre ainsi, comme l'a signalé M. le Président tout à l'heure, dans son bilan à l'Afrique, et ce n'est que justice, parce que les moyens financiers ne peuvent pas être un obstacle à l'universalité du sport. Pour terminer, je voudrais, mesdames et messieurs, et pour mieux souligner la fraternité olympique, vous soumettre une proposition qui, je l'espère, aura votre soutien. Il est d'usage que la distribution des médailles, ou plutôt la remise des médailles lors des Jeux olympiques des seniors, est effectuée par des membres du CIO et en présence d'un représentant d'une fédération internationale. Aussi, je propose que pour les Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse, de confier cette remise des médailles aux représentants des comités olympiques qui ne sont pas membres du CIO. C'est une manière de mettre en valeur la solidarité familiale qui est la nôtre. La flamme olympique est le symbole de nos manifestations, mais toute flamme doit être nourrie pour garder force, éclat et énergie. Le CIO, par ses idées nouvelles et modernes, se doit d'alimenter sans cesse le feu sacré qui nous anime. Merci pour votre attention.
Ethiopia.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm raising this issue, Mr. President. I have confidence on you. I count on you. I'm talking about the thousands of veteran athletes who give billions of dollars to world sport, but who are abandoned. I can give you one example. One Ethiopian athlete who won double medal in Moscow Olympic in 1980, Mirus Ifter. He was supposed to have enough money. He was supposed to have resources, wealth to inherit to his kids. But unfortunately, when he was sick, even he didn't have a single cent for his treatment. For funeral, he didn't have money. How come we can leave our veterans in this situation, Your Excellency? I hope you can leave one more legacy by creating a special foundation for veteran athletes who gave billions of dollars to world sport, and we didn't benefit out of it. Secondly, Mr. President, we have a great competition. We will have great games in Tokyo in 2020. For national Olympic committees, it has become very difficult to keep our athletes in good shape. They are going everywhere. They are taking part in every competitions because they need to survive. They need small money from everywhere. We cannot keep them in good shape. We cannot keep them for better athletes we cannot keep better athletes for the forthcoming Olympics. In this regard, I don't know the financial position of IOC, and I don't know even also how the sponsorship looks like. But I would like to urge you, Your Excellency, to put some prize money for winning athletes in Japan, Tokyo 2020. I thank you, Your Excellency.
So next one, I saw Ireland, right?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to inquire as to whether we will hear further on the IOC's position with IEBA after the executive meeting at the weekend.
So Syria, number 183. 2.
سيدي الرئيس، السيد الرئيس باخ، نحن فخورين بأنك رئيساً للجنة الأولمبية الدولية، ورئيس قوي تكون لديه لجان أولمبية وطنية أيضاً قوية. تكلمتم سيادة الرئيس بأن الرياضيين هم الأساس، وحقيقة هم الأساس في هذا التكوين الرياضي العالمي الذي نفخر به، اللجنة الأولمبية الدولية واللجان الوطنية. وتكلمتم في عرضكم الشيق بأن اليابان هذه الدولة العظيمة، أشكرها وأشكر المنظمون، بفعل الكوارث الطبيعية يقيمون اليوم المنشآت الرياضية التي تستضيف دورة الألعاب الأولمبية 2020. وأنا في بلدي سوريا وكما في بعض دول الشرق الأوسط، اليمن، ليبيا، بفعل الإرهاب تعرضت منشآت الأندية الرياضية للدمار، وأيضاً المنشآت الرياضية المركزية، المدن الرياضية للرياضيين أيضاً بفعل الإرهاب تعرضت للدمار. سؤالي: ما هو دور اللجنة الأولمبية الدولية في المساهمة بإعادة إعمار بعض من هذه المنشآت لأطفال هذه الدول ولرياضيين هذه الدول؟ السؤال الثاني: سيد الرئيس، التقيناك مرتين وعرضنا أمام سيادتك كرب لهذه الأسرة الدولية الكبيرة، 206 دول، نحن أكبر من عدد الدول في هيئة الأمم المتحدة، والحكومة السورية لا تقصر وتدعمنا، ونحن نتواجد بكل الاستحقاقات الرياضية العالمية والقارية والأولمبية، وأحياناً بعض الدول لا تمنح رياضيين تأشيرات الدخول، وهذا أعتقد بأنه مخالف للمواثيق الأولمبية وللشرعية الأولمبية. الشق الثاني أو السؤال الثاني سيدي الرئيس، بأننا عرضنا ونحن اليوم بفعل الإرهاب افتقدنا للعديد من كوادرنا بفعل الهجرة أو بفعل الإرهاب، من مدربين وحكام وكوادر تساهم في بناء الحركة الرياضية الأولمبية والحركة الرياضية الأولمبية السورية. التضامن الأولمبي نحن محرومون ومعاقبين من الاستفادة من برامج التضامن الأولمبي، ونحن اليوم بأمس الحاجة لأن نستفيد من هذه البرامج، وهذا حقنا، حق الرياضيين السوريين وحق الرياضة الأولمبية السورية. سيد الرئيس، أمام هذا الاجتماع 206 دول، أتمنى من سيادتكم ومن اتحاد اللجان الأولمبية الدولية رفع هذه العقوبات عن الرياضيين السوريين. ليس لنا ذنب بعقوبات الأمم المتحدة على دولتنا، على بلدنا سوريا. نحن رياضيون، نحن نحمل رسالة السلام، رسالة المحبة عند حضورنا، نحافظ على رمز بلدنا، علمنا الوطني واسم بلدنا. أتمنى مساعدتنا سيدي الرئيس. أشكرك وأشكر العرض الذي قدمته الذي كان فخرا لنا نحن اتحاد اللجان الأولمبية الوطنية. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Spain, Alejandro Blanco.
I will speak in Spanish. Querido presidente Thomas Bach, es imposible hablar de discriminación después de su excelente intervención. Imposible mejorar la intervención. Pero creo que es bueno recordarle a todos los comités olímpicos, a los 206 comités olímpicos y a las federaciones internacionales que estamos aquí en esta excepcional asamblea, la importancia que la no discriminación tiene en este momento. Está en la Carta Olímpica que nosotros, el movimiento olímpico, respeta las leyes de todos los países y a los gobiernos de todos los países. Pero también pedimos respeto a la Carta Olímpica, a los reglamentos y a los estatutos de las federaciones internacionales. En este momento y a lo largo del tiempo ha existido y existen y seguramente existirán problemas entre distintos gobiernos, problemas políticos entre distintos gobiernos que intentan trasladar ese problema al mundo del deporte. Y cuando unos deportistas de unos de los 206 comités olímpicos tienen problemas para participar en igualdad de condiciones, todos los deportistas tienen problemas. Cuando un comité olímpico nacional, hermano en el deporte, tiene problemas de reconocimiento en su país, todos tenemos problemas. Por eso es muy importante y emblemático el ejemplo de PyeongChang. Por eso es fundamental que con la presidencia de Thomas Bach, del presidente Thomas Bach, Naciones Unidas haya reconocido la independencia del deporte. Pero es mucho más importante el trabajo que el Comité Olímpico Internacional y ANOC realizan día a día cuando un Comité Olímpico Nacional o unos deportistas de un determinado Comité Olímpico Nacional tienen problemas. Todos los comités olímpicos del mundo, todas las federaciones internacionales, todas las asociaciones han recibido un escrito que me ha enviado el ministro de Asuntos Exteriores de España relativo a la participación de los deportistas del Comité Olímpico de Kosovo. Todos han leído el compromiso del Gobierno español de resolver ese problema. Y ese compromiso se ha alcanzado por el trabajo conjunto del Comité Olímpico Internacional con el Comité Olímpico Español. Tan importante como los resultados de nuestros deportistas, tan importante como la imagen del deporte, es el conseguir y alcanzar que el deporte sea un punto de encuentro, de respeto, de entendimiento y de progreso para todas las sociedades. Y eso es el gran objetivo. Ese es el gran gol que tiene que conseguir el movimiento deportivo y el movimiento olímpico. Y para ese objetivo, para conseguir ese gol, el estar todos juntos aquí, el pensar juntos, el trabajar juntos, bajo el liderazgo del presidente Thomas Bach y del Comité Olímpico Internacional, es el mejor ejemplo. Enhorabuena, presidente, por su trabajo y enhorabuena a todos los comités olímpicos porque trabajando juntos ese futuro mejor es posible de alcanzar. Muchas gracias.
Next is Sri Lanka.
Good morning, Mr. President. I just want to say that I thought when I came here this morning, that I will not be talking because my quota was over yesterday. However, your speech made me to say a few words, not my last comments. I will not say any more because I had to give others a chance in order to be practice fair play. So, few things which I want to mention is IOC has been very supportive of Sri Lanka in the past with regard to the sports law and the political interference. Jerome did a great job, but I think it's time for IOC once again to intervene and to speed up the process, which I feel there's a very slow progress. You made an excellent speech on fundamental principles of Olympism and the Olympic values, particularly conflict of interest, which I am very much committed. However, I like to say one point here, sir. Unless you mention very clearly what is the meaning of perceived conflict of interest, any lawyer could interpret the way they want. I can interpret what is conflict of interest, what is perceived. Therefore, may I respectfully suggest that you make it very explicit in the Olympic Charter what is perceived conflict of interest. What was done by Sheikh Ahmed is a personal matter, and I beg to disagree with him because the personal issues will not come into sport field with regard to conflict of interest. The next one, you also strongly talked about the non-discrimination. Sir, in these 206 NOCs, you have smaller NOCs, medium-sized NOCs, and bigger NOCs. When you go for Olympics, or even if you look at it, UN, every country has one vote, whether it is big or small. But when we come for Olympic Games, the small NOCs, the facilities you get, particularly for presidents and secretary generals, are not the same as that of a bigger NOCs. May I respectfully ask Madam Gunila to make this point to IOC Executive Board and to make the change in Tokyo 2020. Thank you, sir.
Next one, Peru.
Presidente Bach, yo creo de que el mensaje que usted ha enviado o ha expresado en esta asamblea será recordado en la historia del movimiento olímpico, en la historia de estas asambleas. Ha sido usted muy claro y muy efectivo. Yo quiero resaltar dos puntos que me impactaron realmente. Hablando sobre la gobernanza, usted ha manifestado textualmente: lo que afecta a uno de nosotros afecta a todos los demás. Y debemos entender que es, o se explicita, que lo que afecta a un Comité Olímpico Nacional afecta a todos los demás, afecta al movimiento olímpico. Y efectivamente, yo creo que esto es así. Y de esa manera, el Comité Olímpico Internacional se preocupa, y lo digo como testigo de excepción, se preocupa cuando existen este tipo de problemáticas. Y yo quiero, presidente Bach, alentar al Comité Olímpico para que siga esa línea de ayuda, esa línea de sostenimiento hacia aquellos comités olímpicos que tenemos problemas. Y el segundo punto que quería mencionar, y que realmente ya otros colegas lo han expresado, es el principio de la no discriminación. El no permitir usar a los deportistas sus símbolos nacionales es una discriminación, sea cual fuera el motivo. Pueden haber problemas, ¿no?, en las competencias, en las organizaciones, como lo dijo el presidente del Comité Olímpico Español, Alejandro Blanco. Podrían haber problemas, pero nunca se debe dejar de permitir que los deportistas, que los atletas participen en un evento internacional, en un campeonato, sin sus símbolos nacionales. Reiterar, presidente Bach, el reconocimiento del Comité Olímpico Peruano a su gestión. Y finalmente, también unas palabras de elogio y agradecimiento al Comité Olímpico de Japón, señor Takeda, por la magnífica coorganización de este evento. Muchas gracias.
Philippines, please.
Mr. President, we would like to manifest our support and be one with you in sharing your values and principles on good governance. We will surely bring this home to us as we manage our NOC. Thank you.
Yeah, we have no more speakers, so please, President Bach.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will try to respond in the order of the interventions. Et d'abord, je tourne vers le Maroc et mon ami Kamal. D'abord pour lui remercier pour les aimables paroles qu'il a trouvées pour le travail du CEO. Et après, pour avoir présenté son idée en ce qui concerne l'allocation des médailles aux Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse, on va prendre cette proposition en considération, Kamal, dès que nous discuterons là les Jeux de la jeunesse à Dakar. C'est peut-être un peu trop tard déjà pour Lausanne 2020, mais on verra ce qu'on peut faire. Mais restez assurés qu'au plus tard pour Dakar, on va discuter cette proposition. With regard to Ethiopia, first of all, thank you for your intervention. You were mentioning that you would not know about the sponsorship and the budgets of the IOC. I kindly invite you to read our annual report and also to look into your accounts where you find every year there the support coming from the International Olympic Committee, also to your NOC in both ways, means on Olympic solidarity on the one hand, and on the marketing side with regard to sponsorship and TV rights on the other hand. So there everything is open and transparent. You made the proposal to think about prize money at the Olympic Games. We have heard this proposal at different times from some other voices, but just there to explain the position of the IOC. The whole financing of the Games, like the whole base of the Olympic movement, is about solidarity and is about respecting, not only respecting, but embracing the diversity of the different national Olympic committees, of the different cultures, and also of the different sports. And this is why we choose and why we do distribute there 90% of our revenues to the entire Olympic movement, and in your case to the NOCs, for them to decide how they allocate their money, how they support their athletes, what they can do in respect in promoting sports and the values and in running their organizations. And we can spend the money only once. But this is the way we choose, to go through you, through the National Olympic Committees, because you know best what is happening in your territory, what are the needs of your athletes, and then you can decide there according to this analysis of the needs and requirements. So this is this principle, and by then providing further assistance and help to different projects through Olympic solidarity, we try to assist you even further there in your work based on projects. And there you will hear more then later on when the report of Olympic Solidarity is coming, but there are also projects underway with regard to support athletes after their career. The Athletes Commission can give you more details, but only to give you one example of the most recent activities that we undertook. On the occasion of the Olympism in Action Forum, we were signing a memorandum of understanding with the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Professor Yunus from Bangladesh, who will operate for us, for Olympic Solidarity, a program which will offer athletes after their career to make their living, to see whether they can become entrepreneurs, how they can earn then their living. So they will get their education, and then if they qualify at a later stage, there we have even provided funds that they then can have a loan to build their own business. So to transfer this project of so-called microloans and micro business and social business, for which Professor Yunus got the Nobel Peace Prize, to transfer this great idea to the world of sports and to have the athletes benefiting from this. Ireland, there was the question whether you will hear about IBA after the EB meeting in the next 2 days. The answer is yes. With regard to Syria, thank you, first of all, for your kind words. With regard to the reconstruction of destroyed facilities, the IOC has, together with Olympic Solidarity and also together with continental associations of national Olympic committees, has assisted in many different countries which were hit by natural disasters or by war or by terrorism, to reconstruct sporting facilities. The most recent example is maybe Indonesia, but there are many others. So we are of course ready to look into this also with regard to the situation in Syria, but we must also make it clear that for this the political circumstances must be in place. That means that we have to be sure that then these facilities are respected, and that we do not have to face the situation that there will be destroyed soon after, or that they may even attract there some violence. So if there you would please contact their Olympic Solidarity again, who will then evaluate these projects and have a look into this. Having said this, it is also clear, and in order to be able to perform this kind of assistance, that we must respect, when it comes to these activities, we must respect their potential UN sanctions, because then this is not about the direct practice of sport. Their transfer of money, of material, and so on can be concerned. And there, in order to have United Nations respecting our autonomy when it comes to the organization of sports events, we must in turn, of course, respect their any international laws or regulations. With regard to visa, you mentioned, there I can only encourage you to turn to us proactively. We were able to solve many of these issues, but it is, the earlier the easier. Sometimes we get information 2 days before a competition, and then it's very difficult then to turn to the government to reverse their any kind of decisions and to get a positive decision within a couple of hours. So I would like to encourage each and everybody of you, whenever you see such a problem coming, turn to us as soon as possible. In the same context, I would like to turn to Spain and my friend Alejandro Blanco. First of all, thank you very much for your kind words and for having set an example there for two principles of the Olympic movement, for autonomy and for the respect of non-discrimination, because there the way you affected in your country and vis-à-vis your government was an example of autonomy and an example of courage also to exercise this autonomy in the interest of non-discrimination in the sporting world. And there, thank you. And as advice to all of you, we can expect another resolution of the United Nations in the next couple of days to be passed, which will again emphasize there the autonomy of sport and the leadership function of the IOC. With regard to Sri Lanka, congratulations for having managed to exceed your quota. This does not happen too often. You know the problems we have with quota in athletes' participation. So there you're somehow leading the way. We are, of course, ready to assist you in your fight for autonomy and to defend yourself against political interference. You know this by experience, and there is no doubt that we will continue to help and to assist you. With regard to The ethical standards you made a reference to, quite frankly, I think there is a kind of misunderstanding, because you were referring there to Sheikh Ahmad. There, first of all, this case has nothing to do with the conflict of interests you were mentioning. This is a different case. And there I can only repeat what I said before. Sheikh Ahmad has understood this very well, and he deserves our respect for having drawn the right conclusions with regard to this situation, and that there we can really only express our respect for having made this very, very clear also to this assembly. With regard to facilities in the Olympic village, you can be sure that there with Gunilla Lindberg, you have the best ambassador possible in the IOC Executive Board, and she is always defending their with all her force the interests of you, of the NOCs, and the chair of the Coordination Commission for Tokyo 2020, John Coates, is a colleague of yours as NOC President. So rest assured that your interests are in the very best of hands. To our friends in Peru, thank you very much again for your friendly words. It goes without saying that we will continue to support also the Peruvian NOC, like any NOC here in this room. And thank you very much in particular for the support you expressed for our policy of non-discrimination. And finally, to Philippines, thank you very much, and congratulations to your clear commitment to the Olympic values, which we all share, which we all treasure, and which we will all defend with all our force also in the future. Thank you very much again.
President, once again, thank you for your message. That is our responsibility to work with you in every moment. And thank you very much. Well, now we give the floor for the presentation of the Beijing, the next Winter Olympic Games. Please enter in the room and sitting for beginning, for continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the meeting. Now, the update from the IOC Administration and Commission, and have the floor that from the IOC Director General of the IOC, Christophe de Kepper. Thank you, Christophe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear ANOC Executive Council, dear NOC Presidents and Secretary General, my pleasure today to update you on the activities of the IOC since our last ANOC General Assembly in Prague. Driven by the Olympic Agenda 2020, the IOC's commissions and administration have had a busy year implementing all the recommendations, and a comprehensive review was presented recently to the IOC session in Buenos Aires. Today, our presentation will be delivered together with a number of chairs of IOC Commission, who will cover some of the key topics of interest to the NOCs, and in particular, the chair of the IOC Athletes Commission, Ms. Kirsty Coventry, will present to you the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration that was recently adopted by the IOC session. His Royal Highness Prince Faisal will update you on the prevention of harassment and abuse in sport and gender equality review projects that have been source of much work over the past few years. And we will also hear from the chair of the IOC's Olympic Education Commission, Mr. Barry Meister, on the NOC Champions Network that this commission has started to put in place. When the IOC adopted the Agenda 2020, we did so with the goal to strengthen the role of the Olympic movement in a world that is changing faster than ever before. The 14 detailed recommendations that are well known to the NOCs are focused on 3 pillars, which are essential for us to have a positive impact in the wider world, namely credibility, sustainability, and youth. It is for the entire Olympic movement and was always meant to be a work in progress. We are on a journey together with all our stakeholders and partners, including, of course, you, the National Olympic Committees. And we are encouraged by the efforts we have seen from all of you across the 5 continents to follow and implement these principles. During this presentation, as we did last year in last year's General Assembly, we will touch on some of the key themes that affect the NOCs in particular. With a little over 2 years to go before the end of 2020, we have taken stock of the implementation status of all recommendations to ensure we are on track to deliver the full scope by 2020. And indeed, we are in a good shape. To date, 90% of the recommendations are either already implemented or have all the elements in place to ensure implementation with the deadline we set ourselves. NOCs play a big role in the implementation of this agenda at the local level, and I would like to thank you all for your contribution. At the core of Olympic Agenda 2020 is a strong will to preserve the uniqueness of the Olympic Games, and we cannot repeat that enough. The historical joint election of both Paris and Los Angeles as hosts of 2024 and 2028 Olympic Games, respectively, has presented an opportunity for the IOC to review the Games management requirements and the candidature process that have been put in place for so many years. To begin with, a working group chaired by John Coates tackled the problematic of the complexity of the management of the Games, and this has led to what we call the New Norm Project. And you have been informed about this on a number of occasions. The new norm aims to enhance the Olympic and Paralympic Games value propositions by reducing the cost and complexity of the overall delivery model and better managing risk and responsibilities of key stakeholders, thus improving and increasing the flexibility, efficiency, and sustainability of hosting the Games. In real terms, some measures of the new norm were already applied to PyeongChang in February of this year, and with the positive collaboration of POCOC, we were able to implement the following initiatives. Start with reducing the IBC footprint by 30%. We had no mountain IBC. We also succeeded in reducing the requirements on the main press center hosted in an existing building. We had a reduction of 30,000 accredited seats given back for ANOC for sales. We had a full implementation of the first turnkey solution, which was the Olympic information services. And we also implemented shared transport between media and Olympic family across several routes, which increased efficiency and reduced costs for POCOC. With Tokyo 2020 coming up, and under the guidance of the IOC Coordination Commission, the OCOC is in the process of agreeing on the applicable measures and follow-up actions. The most impactful measures in Tokyo 2020 are the following. First, we will create a Games Time website and app which will be delivered as turnkey solution by the IOC for Tokyo 2020. We will also use existing venues where we can instead of building new permanent venues. We will shorten venue leasing period from an average of 11 months before down to now 6 months. We will optimize the transport plans, leveraging public transport wherever possible. We will also, and we are reviewing, the requirements and standards of services for all decline groups. The overall savings achieved so far come up to $4.3 billion US. This will allow Tokyo 2020 to keep a stable budget in line with numbers communicated at the end of 2017, which means an OCOC budget of $5.6 billion US and a non-OCOC budget of $7 billion. Looking forward to Paris 2024 and LA 2028, we have implemented already the following measures. For Paris, we have reviewed the games concept for venues. Only one volleyball venue has been agreed on, and we reviewed the concept for the aquatic center. We succeeded in suppressing temporary venues in the Grand Palais Éphémère, etc. We also optimized the design of the Olympic Village through early allotment exercise and identification of alternative accommodation for sports outside of Paris, sailing, rowing, golf, etc. For LA 2028, a framework is being set up for both Paris 24 and LA 2028 to explore potential synergies with suppliers, and by this also reducing the cost for the organizing committees. We also made adjustments together with LA 2028 on the master plans, and they are considered to maximize the opportunity to use proven venues which hosted major events. In this regard, we of course count on the NOC's collaboration to help implement many of the measures that are to be applied for all the future games. With regard to the candidature process, the new norms signaled a big shift in philosophy and approach. The result is that more flexibility was offered to cities to develop an Olympic game proposal that align with local, regional, and national goals. A closer collaboration with the IOC and other Olympic stakeholders, and finally also reduce cost and complexity at every stage of the candidature process and Olympic Games delivery. Legacy and sustainability are of course at the heart of both candidature projects, with the maximum use of existing venues and only building where there is a demonstrable legacy need and a business case. On the budget side, the shortened 8-month candidature process and increased support and expertise from the IOC has led to a significant reduction of the candidature budgets. The current projected candidature budgets of 2026 cities show a reduction of over 75% compared to the average budget of 2018 and 2022 candidate cities. In terms of current projected games organizations budgets, this shows an approximately 25% reduction from the 2018 and 2022 bid processes. The candidate cities will submit their games organization budgets in the candidature file to be submitted to the IOC by 11 January 2019. Coming now to the recent Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires, at which you were all represented, and the success of which was presented yesterday by Leandro La Rosa. But some statistics to highlight and to prove the success of the Games. 9 NOCs won their first yacht medal in Buenos Aires, including in mixed events. Afghanistan, Kosovo, St. Lucia, Madagascar, Macedonia, Niger, Namibia, Panama, and the UAE. 4 new sports were on the program: climbing, karate, breakdancing, and roller skating. We had a park concept that was hugely successful. 4 parks with free access to the spectators and the festival atmosphere that you all could enjoy. We had 600,000 free access bracelets that were distributed with queues of up to 2 kilometers to enter the park. We had full venues every day, more than 1 million spectators, and an opening ceremony that you all could enjoy with more than 200,000 people participating in the streets of Buenos Aires. We also had a successful school program during these weeks. 175,000 school children took part in the Buenos Aires Youth Olympic Games. I'm now showing you a small video.
Friendship, excellence, respect. Amistad, excelencia, respeto.
As you all know, yes, think they deserve it, and we'll take, of course, the necessary takeaways, not only for the future of the Youth Olympic Games, but also some lessons learned for the Olympic Games. As you all know, the IOC session in Buenos Aires awarded the next edition of the Youth Olympic Games to Dakar in Senegal. No need to tell you how excited we are by the prospect of hosting an Olympic event for the first time in Africa. And we are convinced that our Senegalese colleagues and friends will put on a unique event worthy of the world stage. As with each edition of the Youth Olympic Games, and in line with the new norm principle, we are aware of some of the challenges that these games might represent, and we wish to establish a very close partnership with the local organizers to make sure that they have all the elements available to them to be able to make this a success. In this respect, the concept of co-construction is crucial. We must make sure that the delivery of the Dakar Youth Olympic Games is scaled to the local environment and responds well to the needs of all the stakeholders in the Olympic movement. The IOC Sports Department will work closely with international federations to determine the most suitable sport and event program to be proposed to the Olympic Program Commission. As you will see on the screen, 2019 will be a critical year to set the plans in motion and to create a final IOC 2022 edition plan. Thereafter, the involvement and support of all the Olympic movement stakeholders will be essential to the success of these first Youth Olympic Games in Africa. On the second topic of the Olympic Agenda 2020, namely athletes at the heart of the Olympic movement, our main focus of the past months has been the development of the Athletes' Rights and Responsibility Declaration. Kirsty Coventry will present this to you shortly. In relation to the fight against match fixing, manipulation of competitions and related corruption, the International Partnership Against Corruption in Sports, IPACS, met in Lausanne this summer to advance their work in 3 areas. The first one is reducing the risk of corruption in procurement relating to sporting events and infrastructure. The second is ensuring the integrity in the selection of major sporting events with an initial focus on managing conflicts of interest. And the third area is optimizing the processes of compliance with good governance principles to mitigate the risk of corruption. On top of this, over the past few months, the Olympic Movement Unit for the Prevention of Manipulation of Competition has continued its work under the 3 pillars of regulation, education, and intelligence. The cooperation with our various partners inside and outside the Olympic movement, such as the sports betting industry, law enforcement authorities, Interpol, UNODC, continues to bear fruit. I will now pass the floor to Kirsty for her presentation on the Athletes' Rights and Responsibility Declaration.
Thank you, Mr. De Kepa. Good morning, everybody. I have a pretty awesome and easy job up here today, as we all heard the President speak very passionately earlier. I'm not sure if I can do as good a job as that, but you took the words right out of my mouth, so thank you very much for that support, President. All of you should have in front of you these 2 documents, the one being the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration, the other being a timeline of just shows you a little bit of the key outcomes and the process. So I hope you've had a good chance to have a look at them. I would like to just thank the steering committee, of which I was a member, and it's an honor for me to be here representing them today. And the steering committee was made up of 20 different athlete representatives. 10 from international federations, all 5 continents were represented, 3 from the IOC, 1 from the IPC, and 1 from WOA. And this group of people and athletes were truly incredible. They dedicated the last year meeting and talking probably every 2 weeks, making sure they were getting enough feedback, discussing hot topics that are around our movement, and really focused in on making it a priority right from the get-go that we wanted to come up with a document that represented athletes from around the world, but also that gave us our rights and, just as importantly, responsibilities. And as the President mentioned earlier, that was something that most our athletes who came back to us and spoke to us, that was just as important to them as it was to us. So right off the bat, we had an incredible group of young athletes leading this document, and a huge thank you to our chair of the steering committee, Sarah Walker from New Zealand. She did an incredible job leading us. And as you heard the President speak, very passionately, I would like to take the opportunity to thank him and the Executive Board and the IOC session who adopted this in Buenos Aires just a month ago. The passion and the commitment that the Olympic movement so far has shown this document has truly been remarkable, and we hope now that it's your turn. I would like to share with you a short video to show a little bit of the progress and the way in which the document was formulated.
For the last year, led by a steering committee of 20 athlete representatives, we engaged with stakeholders and thousands of athletes through 2 rounds of extensive athlete surveys to listen to every voice.
To bring athletes that support and protection that they deserve.
The right of a fair competition.
Every single athlete can contribute something for better of all.
This is our opportunity to create history.
4,292 athletes representing 190 countries and more than 120 sports disciplines shared their voices. What emerged is the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration, a historic initiative that aims to outline a common set of aspirational athletes' rights and responsibilities. Practice sport without discrimination. Be part of a clean sporting environment. The protection of mental and physical health. Privacy and freedom of expression. Due process. Uphold the Olympic values. Respect the solidarity principle of the Olympic movement, and many more. Supporting the athletes of the world for generations to come. The Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration. By athletes, for athletes.
So one of the statistics that is not shared in the video, which I thought was really important, is that 75% of the athletes that completed the survey want to stay involved, but more importantly, they want to attach their name and their signature to this document. And that's really powerful, and it's something that we're very grateful for. Now, if we look at the preamble, it sets the scene and the context of the declaration, and it takes inspiration from human rights and such as the declaration from the UN. The main objective is to set out a common set of aspirational rights and responsibilities for athletes within the Olympic movement. And it also highlights that we don't just want this to be a document that athletes recognize, but you yourself and all Olympic stakeholders recognize as well. The rights primarily cover 5 different topics, and they were drafted in May first off, and then there was a lot more work done to come up with the final document that you see. Some of the rights that you can see if you're reading along with me is the right to practice sport and compete without being subject to any form of discrimination, as well as a responsibility in that is upholding Olympic values and adhering to fundamental principles of Olympism. So what the steering committee tried to do, going off of all the information we collected from the athletes, is to make sure that we were well balanced. And we believe we did a pretty good job, but there's always room for improvement. As you just heard me say, the IOC session adopted this document in Buenos Aires, and you can see right now is the timeline for implementation and the way in which we hope to move forward. And I'm very excited to say over the last month and a few weeks, we've had not just the IOC session adopted, we've had the Pan Am Athlete Forum adopted, we've had the Asian Athlete Forum fully adopted, ASWAF have adopted it, and now it's your time. And now we want to be able to hear what you have to say in terms of supporting this document and supporting your athletes as you do every single day. Now, it's on behalf of the steering committee and with the permission of the chair of the General Assembly, Senior Vice President, Mr. Maglione, I would like to ask the General Assembly here today to fully adopt this document of athletes' rights and responsibilities.
And Christy, I don't know if some of you want to make some question to Christy Coventry. No question?
38 Canada.
Thank you, Christy. I would just like to congratulate the Athletes Commission on this document. And after it was passed at the last IOC Congress, I can say that certainly our Athletes Commission of the National Olympic Committee of Canada has asked that it be passed there as well and is fully supportive. And the International Federation in which I'm involved, we just had a meeting last week, FISA, and the Athletes Commission there has also asked that we pass this document. So it has great support. I congratulate you and the Athletes Commission for this wonderful document. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. We're very excited about the document. If I can just follow on with a few more things that the athletes around the world are going to be focusing on next year. You've heard me mention that there's been some continental athlete forums, and we would very much like to thank Olympic Solidarity and the sports department of the IOC for helping us athletes around the globe make these a successful forums, and they really have been. And also to announce that the International Athletes Forum next year will be held from the 13th to the 15th, and we would like to have every NOC represented there. It's going to be the biggest forum. You've already heard the President mention it earlier. We're extremely excited about this forum. We're very honored that the IOC and Olympic Solidarity and all of our stakeholders have got behind us in order to deliver such a big platform, but it's really important to ensure that all athletes are being heard, so we're very excited about this initiative. We're also going to briefly mention the Athlete 365 Business Accelerator, and Olivier from Olympic Solidarity will be giving you more information on this. But this is just another way in which the IOC Athlete Commission are working very hard with Olympic Solidarity and the IOC Sports Department in coming up with programs that are going to strengthen support to athletes and strengthen existing programs like the Athlete 365 and Career Plus. And lastly, if I may just bring awareness to Athlete 365, if you go to this website, share this website with your athlete commissions, your athlete representatives. Here the athletes can find anything that they would like to know about the commissions, about the programs that we run, about the resources, and it's a way in which they can directly get in contact with us. We have about 50,000 athletes, email addresses in which we can directly contact them. We'd love to grow that database because it's also a great resource for us to be able to really listen and hear what they have to say. And finally, thank you very, very much on behalf of the steering committee, on behalf of myself and my commission. We really do appreciate all of your support. If you do have any questions for us, this is how you can get in touch with us. But I very much look forward to working with all of you in implementing the declaration. And thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you, Crystal.
Chris Coventry, thank you very much for your report. And now I propose that the Assembly approve the right and obligation of the athlete. Adopted. Well, is approved. The proposal is of all the Olympic committees adopted this decision. No?
Yes.
No, please, President. Sit here. Adopted. Yes. Adopted the resolution. No.
Okay.
Please, sit you. Well.
So,
Have the
President
floor,
Maglione,
Your
can I
Excellency
continue?
Prince Faisal, about the harassment and abuse in the sport.
Not yet, Mr. Faisal, His Royal Highness. You have a humble servant of the Olympic movement still in front of you. I will pass the floor to His Royal Highness shortly, but I just wanted to complete what was just said by the chair of the IOC Athletes Commission. and would now like to highlight the work that has been achieved by the World Olympic Associations, who is doing a lot to support Olympians under the leadership of Joël Bouzou. With funding provided by the IOC, the World Olympic Association is empowering Olympians through their grant programs and the OLY post-nominal letters. On the screen are a few examples of the actions carried out by Olympians in using sport to enhance social inclusion, promote healthy lifestyle, or bring hope to the disadvantaged communities. For all your ongoing support for the World Olympic Association, your national Olympic associations, we would like to thank you. Following on from the discussion at the Olympic Summit in December 2017, the IOC and its partners have continued to explore a possible engagement with esports. This has included bringing together the Olympic movement and the esports industry at the Esports Forum, which took place at the Olympic Museum in Lausanne in July, as well as some focused discussion at the recent Olympics in Action Forum in Buenos Aires prior to the Youth Olympic Games. Further discussions will be held during the IOC Executive Board meeting here in Tokyo and at the next Olympic Summit meeting in Lausanne at the beginning of next month. We know there is a huge global population of young people following esports, and we believe that creating a connection with them will bring added value towards promoting the Olympic movement and traditional sports in an increasingly digital world. Advancing technology also means digital and electronic versions of traditional sports can increasingly be used for training, competition simulations, and also bringing new audience into traditional sports. For all of these reasons, we will continue to look at ways of engaging with esports. Nevertheless, our actions are not aimed at creating a pathway for esports to be in the Olympic Games, and in any engagement with esports, we must always ensure the protection of the Olympic values. Now moving on the Olympics in Action topic. The IOC organized a recent Olympics in Action Forum in Buenos Aires with all the NOCs and Olympic movement stakeholders who were invited to attend. This forum allowed the IOC to open dialogue on how to keep Olympism live throughout the world and all year round. Thank you all for your valuable contribution to the discussions during the forum. A number of recommendations and conclusions were drawn from these, which will be analyzed further by the IOC and our IOC Executive Board early next year in order to draw up concrete actions and recommendations for the future, including also the question whether to organize a similar event on a regular basis. On the strategic partnership side, we continue to strengthen our relationship with the United Nations. In the framework of the 73rd session of the General Assembly of the UN, our President held several high-level bilateral meetings, including with UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. These high-level meetings have been leveraged to advance the issues of common concerns on international relations and sports. Earlier this year, taking advantage of the 35th session of the Human Rights Council, the IOC and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights organized a high-level dialogue on sports and human rights. Together, the President of the IOC and High Commissioner Said Al-Hussein exchanged reflections on the interface between sport and human rights. The IOC has also been involved in the consultation phases leading to the development of the Global Action on Physical Activity adopted by the World Health Organization. It is a major step forward for the promotion of physical activity for health. The Olympic Refuge Foundations continue to develop and support projects for refugees. Pere Miro will give you more updates during the section of the IOC programs in favor of refugees in his presentation. The Olympic Channel is continued to develop, and last month marked the second anniversary of its launch. Over 2 billion cumulative views of content has occurred since the last 2 years. Furthermore, the channel has created over 12,000 pieces of content, has shown 1,700 live events, and they have been working with international federations, NOCs, and rights holders to reach agreement on the use of the content. Olympic Channel team members are present here in Tokyo to support you all NOC, so don't hesitate to reach out to them to learn more about the services offered to the National Olympic Committees. Mentioned earlier in my presentation, our sustainability and legacy were both integrated in our new approach of delivering the Games. In addition, on sustainability, the IOC has partnered with organizations such as the International Union for the Conservation of Nature to define recommendations and guidelines for the Olympic movement. We've also teamed up with the UN Environment on their Clean Seas campaign, and I wish to thank NOCs from Europe and Oceania, which have joined this initiative. On the legacy side, the IOC supported various NOCs in celebrating Games anniversaries. We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of Mexico and Grenoble. We have the 20th anniversary of the Games in Nagano and the 10th anniversary of the Beijing Games. These celebrations put the Olympic spirit back in the spotlight in each of these cities, re-engages athletes, former volunteers, and the general public. I will now pass the floor to the chair of the IOC Olympic Education Commission, Mr. Barry Meister, for the presentation of NOC Culture and Education Champions Network. And immediately after this, Prince Faisal will give you an update on two key IOC projects on gender equality and on prevention of harassment in sports. Barry.
Thank you, Christoph, and good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to present this report this morning. I'm acutely aware, having been a Secretary General of an Olympic Committee, that right at this time, the pressure on NOCs is enormous in terms of sustaining the servicing of a large number of games, a proliferating number of games. To select, to prepare, to manage, to raise the money for those games is a big responsibility for an NOC. But having said that, I think it's also timely to reflect on another core element of our work as NOCs, and that is the education and the culture and the Olympic values. And it was very pleasing this morning to hear President Bach reiterate that very eloquently, and for Christoph to reinforce it in his remarks also. So it's my pleasure this morning to promote this new initiative, the NOC Culture and Education Champions Network, which I'm pleased to say is the joint work of the Olympic Education Commission and the Culture and Olympic Heritage Commission. It has been endorsed by the Executive Board of the IOC earlier this year, and all of you have received a communication about it, and I know that because many of you have responded very positively around it. We'll get to that in a moment. But my task this morning is to give you a little bit of background and a little bit of explanation and a little bit of encouragement. I want to start, though, by just reading what the Olympic Charter says about what our role is in the Olympic movement. The NOC's role is to promote the fundamental principles and values of Olympism in their countries by promoting Olympic educational programs in all levels of schools, sports and physical education institutions and universities, as well as by encouraging the creation of institutions dedicated to Olympic education, such as National Olympic Academies, Olympic museums and other programs, including cultural and related to the Olympic movement, point 2.1 of the Olympic Charter. I think we need to remind ourselves of this every now and again, because it's very easy in the proliferation of our other work that we overlook this core responsibility. And that has also been reinforced in Agenda 2020 recommendations 22 and 26, which make it very clear that identifying and supporting initiatives that spread Olympic values-based education by blending sport and culture is the expectation in this blueprint for our way forward in the Olympic movement. So the expectation of what we have to do is clear. We have a mandate to get on and do it. It's interesting, in the first line of that charter statement, the word Olympism appears. How I would love to ask each of you to write down on a piece of paper what you understand by that word. And I suspect there would be a variety of responses, because the word is often not used correctly. In simple terms, very simple terms, it is a philosophy of life which was espoused by de Coubertin and incorporates the Olympic values: excellence, friendship, respect, fair play. And that has been well referred to this morning. I think in the world we live in today, if ever we need to dwell on something that is important in our life, it is about those Olympic values and the philosophy which drives our movement. So the Olympism philosophy, the Olympic values, and the education and cultural programs together give us our uniqueness as a movement. It sets us apart, and it defines what we should be doing and what is the core purpose of our being. And ultimately, hopefully, it leads to life skills development in young people so that they can be better citizens. This slide here talks about the roles of the IOC and the roles of NOC, because this is very much a partnership. To make it succeed, it's very clear that there are responsibilities and expectations on both sides. The IOC job is to ensure that the information that you need to do this task, which we're about to talk about, is actually made possible. It is available, it is there, it needs to be referenced, it needs to be used. The role of the NOCs is to appoint a person from within your ranks who is a person that will coordinate the work of the education and the cultural work in your organisation. Not necessarily a doer, but someone who coordinates, accesses information from the IOC, makes it available within your country and within your organisation, and drives it forward. I might say that this idea of appointing a person within your organisation is not to replace the idea of Olympic solidarity programs in culture and education. Far be it from me to say that. Those are very important cornerstone projects. But to appoint a person who will coordinate and distribute information and liaise better with the IOC. The benefits, well, I'd like to think they're fairly obvious. First of all, increased recognition. You know, Olympic education and culture needs to be better exposed to the world. The work that we do in this space needs to be explained better and promoted better. And this should help us do that. A global digital communication is what we require: increased visibility and increased recognition. The NOC's benefits is that you get support from the IOC. You get support in ways that may be at the moment flying under the radar. You may not be picking up on the opportunities that are there, and this is designed to ensure that no NOC is left out, that you're made aware of what is available and you're able to access it. And the other benefit is that we have a collaboration, a learning collaboration across the globe where those who are doing this work are working together and sharing and understanding, and a community network of learning. Now, some of you might sit there and say, look, we're already doing this in our NOC. We already have a pillar of our educational pillar of our strategic plan. We already have an National Olympic Academy in our country, and they're doing that. And that's great, and I commend you if that is the case. But some might also say, look, we're too busy, we're preoccupied, this is not a priority for us, there are other things which we need to do. And I would say to you, I would remind you that in your country, if you are just dealing with games, you're dealing with a very elite small percentage of your youth population. 1-2% young people will ever be Olympians. This program is about the 100% of young people, because Olympic education is targeted at young people, of whether they are sporting or not. If you're also sitting there saying, look, our NOA is the body that we have, I'll just make a comment about NOAs, National Olympic Academies. If they are within your organisation and you have a very close working relationship with them, that's fine. If they are in another town or another part of your country and they are independent and you have little relationship with them, then this will not satisfy the requirements of this expectation. This is an NOC initiative for NOCs. We're wanting you to have a person in your organisation who's going to take responsibility for what's coming your way. The timeline. Well, we've already started because the announcement was made some time ago. And in September, we had 75 of these champions confirmed, culture and education champions. That's what that says. I can tell you as of today, there are 89. 89 of you have confirmed the name of a person to carry out this responsibility. We're pretty pleased with that, but you'll see if you look along the timeline that by February next year, we're looking at a target of 100, and in 2020, we're looking at a target of 150. I think those are modest targets. I can't see why we can't get 206. We're not asking you to employ someone else. We're asking you to designate a particular responsibility in your organisation to this role. You'll also notice there that in May next year, the expectation that we have is that these 150 or 206 of these people, so designated, will be invited to Olympia next year. Why? 3 things. First of all, to share ideas, to share good practice, to understand what the role means and to bring life to it. Secondly, to meet others who are doing the same work and to establish relationships with the IOC, the education people in the IOC, make sure they know who they are. And the third one is that all of your staff should go to Olympia at some stage. It is our spiritual home. It is the home of the Olympic spirit, and it's a magical place to be. What better place to be talking about the importance of the Olympic values and the Olympic culture? Mr. Chairman, I just conclude by endorsing the program, by welcoming your contribution to it and your engagement with it. Thank you for listening, and I'd now pass the floor to Prince Faisal for his work on IOC prevention and harassment and abuse.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is Thomas Bach, President of the IOC. Julio Cesar Magloni, the Senior VP for ANOC. Mr. Glenn Limburg, Secretary General for ANOC. Your Excellencies, Presidents, Secretary Generals of NOCs, dear colleagues, friends, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I first start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak to you today on 2 topics of critical importance to the Olympic movement. These 2 IOC programs, which I shall speak to you about today, are the IOC Prevention of Harassment and Abuse in Sports Initiative and the IOC's Gender Equality Review Project. Unfortunately, over the past year, we've heard a number of cases of harassment and abuse in sport. Trending on social media with the Me Too movement, this subject, previously often pushed to the sidelines, came to the forefront of our minds and discussions the world over. When it comes to sport, we as sport administrators must start by recognizing that there have been failures to safeguard the welfare of athletes. We know that harassment and abuse occurs in sports worldwide. We know that this is the case through scientific research and testimony. The absence of a report of harassment and abuse in our own organization is not an indication that it has not or is not occurring. We're all here because we believe in the power of sport for good, for society. We must protect athletes and sports by taking affirmative steps to ensure that we each do our part to create a sporting environment where athletes can thrive. Last year, at the ANOC General Assembly, the IOC released the IOC, IF, and NOC Toolkit related to creating and implementing policies and procedures to safeguard athletes from harassment and abuse in sport. This step-by-step guide provides international federations and NOCs with clear guidance to facilitate the development of competition and organizational policies and procedures. What are these? Are these policies and procedures necessary? When well implemented, they are a vital mechanism in protecting athlete welfare. Policies and procedures safeguard athletes, protect the integrity of sports, protect those working within sports, and promote the value of safe sport. We're very happy to note that a large number of international federations have developed safeguarding policies and procedures or are doing so right now. As the president of our own national NOC in Jordan, I'm happy to announce that our own NOC safeguarding policy is in the final stages of completion. I'd like to take this moment to commend all sports organizations who have or are in the process of developing safe policies and procedures. In order to truly protect athletes, it is important that policies are in place across the board, starting with all NOCs and all IFs. Should you like any further assistance or feedback, you can contact the IOC safeguarding team on the NOC NOCnet. Before we move on to the IOC Gender Equality Review Project, it is important to highlight that the IOC is committed in leading the Olympic movement in this field. Safeguarding has a core component in the Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires in 2018, where the IOC implemented a full youth-focused safeguarding strategy. This strategy included the presence of an IOC safeguarding officer, reporting and case management mechanisms, and educational courses and activities. They were made available to all athletes and entourage members for the duration of the Youth Olympic Games in the Safe Sports booth, which was run by 7 experts in the field. Furthermore, a specific workshop on the prevention of harassment and abuse was included in the Olympism in Action Forum. All of this information related to IOC safeguarding can be found on the Safe Sports page of the Athletes 365 website. I now have the honor to present another extremely important and pioneer project for the IOC and the Olympic movement, the IOC Gender Equality Review Project. In addition to the tireless work of the IOC's Women in Sports Commissions over the past decades, of which I'm proud to be vice chair, I must also acknowledge the commitment of the he-for-she champion, the IOC President Thomas Bach. It is thanks to his leadership that gender equality has been reaffirmed as a priority for the Olympic movement in Agenda 2020, specifically Recommendation 11. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank my colleague, Lydia Serrerica, the chair of the IOC Women in Sports Commission, and Angela Rogero, former chair and IOC Athlete Commission, for their strong leadership in this project. Over the past decade, the IOC and Olympic movement stakeholders have made great progress promoting gender equality in terms of balancing the total number of athletes participating at the Games, and advocacy and awareness campaigns, and more importantly, appointment of women in leadership roles in governance. However, as many of you know, the pace of progress is still too slow. Look around you right now in this room. There are still too few women in leadership positions. To address these challenges, the IOC Executive Board, on an initiative from the IOC Athletes and the IOC Women in Sports Commission, launched the IOC Gender Equality Review Project, with the mandate to push gender equality globally with action-oriented recommendations for change. Following the approval of the IOC Executive Board to launch the review, the working group was created. Chaired by IOC member Marisol Casado, you can see from this chart we had a very representative working group with NOCs and IFs, as well as IOC members. I had the honor of being selected as a member, representing our region and providing my expertise. The intent of this working group was never to repeat the work already done or to reinvent the wheel. Instead, the focus was on tangible examples, reviewing existing materials in order to create initiatives relevant to the world we live and work in now. There are several reasons why the review project is unique. Firstly, it follows a holistic approach. As I just noted, we addressed all the key topics within the Olympic movement in which gender equality plays a part: sports, governance, portrayal, human resources, and funding. Secondly, the people interviewed and the research documents reviewed offered insight into what has and has not worked previously. Such critical thinking led to best practice examples seen throughout the report. The result of this work was the IOC Gender Equality Report, complete with 25 recommendations with 82 actions, which was approved by the IOC Executive Board in March 2018. The recommendations are concrete and actionable. Each comes with a timeline and an area of responsibility within the IOC. It is important to note when reviewing the recommendations that we recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach is not the way to proceed. Each country and each sports should be able to adopt the recommendations to fit their particular need. The implementation of the recommendations has started with many IOC departments working together. The IOC Gender Equal Portrayal Guidelines were drafted and shared within the Olympic movement. The IOC Sports Department concluded a gender equality survey with IFs to assess where they are and how best to support them. Recommendations 23, which calls on the IOC to set up a monitoring and tracking report to monitor progress related to gender equality across the Olympic movement, was initiated. Please note that while the IOC Gender Equality Review Project is in many ways a new approach for the Olympic movement, I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge that many of you here are already implementing gender balance initiatives in your organizations, and that these initiatives have often commenced before the IOC gender equality recommendations were even released. This is to be commended, and I would like to encourage you to continue. It is time for all of us to work together, to learn from each other, to share our knowledge, and to get closer to our common goal, so that every girl and boy in the world has the same chance in sport, on and off the field of play. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Finally, to conclude, a few slides on our IOC television and marketing activities. This is about revenue generation, but also activation of the Olympic brand globally. TMS leads the global licensing strategy, which includes the development of the 3 core collections: the Olympic Games, Olympic Heritage, and Olympic Collection. Several deals have already been concluded, for example with Lacoste, which has developed a co-branded Olympic Heritage apparel collection to be sold in 10 countries. Other Olympic collections will be developed in the future. With the continued support of Olympic Solidarity and ANOC, the Olympic marketing seminars have once again been organized this year for all NOCs, covering topics such as strategy, storytelling, and creative evaluation. The TV broadcasting revenues for the Olympic cycle 17-20 are secured. This represents an 11% increase versus the prior cycle. Major contracts with rights-holding broadcasters are secured even up to 2032, as you can see here on the slide. Very good growth number, given that the TV value in sport has gone down to a level of 3% per year, whilst digital is picking up at 11%. It is also good that the IOC had the foresight to invest in the Olympic Channel as a digital-first media property at a time when growth of digital media just starting picking up. This investment in the IOC digital strategy also explains the growth of our revenues in our top and right holders deals, expanding the experience of sports and the values it stands for. On the top program side, our marketing rights have doubled compared to previous Olympiad. Contracts are secured on the long term, as you can see here on the slide, some to 2028 and even some to 2032. I think something we can be very happy of. We will continue our focus in the renewals of the top partners to ensure the Olympic family and the Olympic movement continues to support sport and the Olympic movement. As explained previously by our President, these top and right holders broadcasting contracts on the long term and with increased revenue show the confidence of the business community in the Games and in the IOC. And we are all benefiting from this. Finally, as you all know, the new IOC headquarters are under construction in Lausanne and is due to be completed early next year. The construction is progressing well and is on time and on budget. It will enhance the IOC's administration's efficiency by regrouping all functions on one side and also reducing all the costs perpetuated by the different locations that we have to maintain. And of course, it will be open to all the NOCs visiting our teams in Lausanne, as you will hear later from Perry and James. So, Chairman, this concludes this collective presentation, and I thank you for your attention and all the support we have been enjoying by the National Olympic Committees of the world. I will then give you more information through the presentation of Perry and James later. Thank you very much.
Christoph, thank you very much for the report. Have some question? No question? Well, Dr. John Coate, you have the floor for the report of the CAS.
He said, I like that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, other members of the ANOC Council and my dear colleagues from the National Olympic Committees and IOC members. It's my pleasure to present the annual report to ANOC of the activities of the International Council of Arbitration for Sport, which it has been circulated and should be on your desks. As you have the written report, I'll just highlight some important parts of it, particularly that already to the end of October, we've had some 484 procedures with CAS this year, so we are on target to reach the 600 plus cases we had last year. You know that there's a lot of work with the Russian athletes. Each of the reasoned decisions in those cases amounted to around 150 pages, and while the operative part of each decision was issued in February of this year, it's taken some time for the balance, and another 30, as of this point of time, 31 of the 39 outstanding have issued, and the balance we're expecting will be issued by the arbitrators early next week. Of interesting cases before us, there of course is the Caster Semenya versus the IAAF to do with rules on hyperandrogenism, and that'll be heard in February 2019, and a final decision expected at the end of the following month. You know that CAS, like the IOC, being a foundation based in Switzerland, our decisions are subject to appeal to the Swiss Federal Tribunal. There have been 18 appeals this year, 6 were dismissed and 12 are pending, and in total, since the creation of the new CAS in 1994, there have been 207 appeals, 9 of which have been upheld, 2 partially, and so of the appeals, only 5.3% have been successful. Most importantly, in recent times, the European Court of Human Rights issued its decisions in the long-standing cases brought by Claudia Pechstein, the speed skater from Germany, and Adrian Muto, a footballer from Romania, who were challenging the CAS as an institution, appealing against judgments of the Swiss Federal Tribunal, which had confirmed the CAS awards in their cases. Importantly, the Court of Human Rights dismissed those claims, acknowledging that CAS is an appropriate non-state dispute resolution mechanism, that you can have a non-state dispute mechanism for resolving cases, even if it's funded by the institutions in our case, the Olympic movement, the international federations, the IOC and the National Olympic Committees, just as the normal civil courts are funded by governments. So that wasn't sufficient to establish in itself a challenge to independence. They did find that an athlete, if he or she requests, has a right to a public hearing. And so and that wasn't granted in this case. They found that the cases didn't hang on that, but in developing rules for the new CAS anti-doping division that I'll shortly outline for you, we are making provision for an athlete to be able to make such a request, and we'll also make similar provision generally in our other CAS divisions. So that was they were in very important cases for confirming the jurisdiction of CAS, just as we've had cases in Switzerland before, in the United States and in Australia. In November this year, just recently, a Moscow city court upheld an appeal by Alexander Zubkov against the IOC in relation to a CAS award confirming his disqualification from the Olympic Winter Games in Sochi. The court considered the CAS award as not applicable in Russia, although such award was never challenged before the Swiss Federal Tribunal. Zubkov chose not to do that. They made that decision, notwithstanding that Russia recognises what's known as the New York Convention on the Recognition and Enforcement of Arbitral Awards. We have difficulty in understanding it. It may be something that will be challenged, but in any event, it has limited application in that the rest of the world recognises the CAS award, so the applicability is only in Russia. He can't compete anywhere else, and the Russian Olympic Committee is cooperating with the IOC to seek the return of his medals, one in the 2-man and 4-man bobsleigh events, for which he was disqualified in Sochi. As we have our permanent divisions, we also, as you know, operate ad hoc divisions, and last year we operated with both an anti-doping and an appeal division in PyeongChang during the Games. We had arbitrators available for the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast, similarly for the FIFA World Cup in Russia, and we had a division operating at the Asian Games in Jakarta. Next year we'll be at the AFC Asian Cup in the UAE and at the World Beach Games in San Diego. ICAS is the Court of Arbitration for Sport is administered by a group known as the International Council of Arbitration for Sport, comprising 20 folk, and the IOC nominate 4 persons, and they're set out for you, and I just identify 2 new members. Judge Patrick Robinson from Jamaica is a current judge at the International Court of Justice in The Hague, and has a strong background in athletics in Jamaica, having Jamaicans might know. He wrote a book on athletics, The Strength of Jamaican Athletics. He did a documentary on it some time ago. So he's certainly got a good background in sport. And importantly, the other new member appointed by the IOC was Dr. Elisabeth Steiner from Austria, who's a recently retired judge at the European Court of Human Rights. We continue to think that it's important that we have that expertise available to us. ANOC reappointed Dr. Abdullah Ali Hayyan, Scott Blackman and myself, and thank you, and Mr. Napolitano from Rome. He's the only new member nominated by ANOC, and he was, of these members, just all 4 of the IOC members were appointed from outside the IOC membership, so they're not IOC members. Similarly, I'm the only one of the 4 appointed by ANOC who has a role in a National Olympic Committee. Then the ASOIF, we have 2 new members, 3 new members, one from Spain who's on the board of the International Triathlon Union, another from Spain who's on the who's involved in football, and another from Switzerland and Sweden who's involved in equestrian. Now, so they're all from within the sport. But then in the winter federations, Corinne Schmidthaus has been again appointed, and she's a former Olympian, but she's well and truly outside the membership of any winter federation. Those 12 then appoint 4 athlete representatives, and after consultation with the IOC Athletes Commission, they've been reappointed, and that's Tasha Prosenk from Slovenia, Moya Dodd, Australia, Michael Leonard, US, and Tricia Smith, who's here with us today, from Canada. Of them, 3 of them are independent. Tricia, like me, is an NOC President, but she's certainly there to represent the athlete representatives. Then those 16 appoint 4 independent members, and there's 1 new member amongst them, Judge Yves Rudy, who's a new judge. He's a judge at the Swiss Federal Tribunal in the criminal division, so no conflict. It's the civil division that he appeals. But again, someone with a very strong background in sport. He does Ironman and marathons and in faster times than I could drive. So we think he's at 42 years of age, a very good appointment. I should have introduced at the outset CAS Secretary General Matthew Reeb, who's with me, in case I say something wrong. But we're continuing to improve, and what we have managed out of this group is to come up on balance with 15 independent and 5 members appointed from within the nominating bodies. Pleasingly, 9 female and 11 male, and I've set out in the paper that's with you how it's the independents members who are the ones from whom only the presidents of the divisions which appoint the presidents of arbitration panels can be selected. So that ensures the independence of the presidents of the panels and overcomes any perception they're not independent, and then the parties, of course, can each appoint their arbitrators from the wider 300-person membership. There have been challenges this year, 11 challenges to arbitrators. None have been successful. We met in Colorado Springs for our first meeting, thank you to the US Olympic Committee, then in Lausanne. Then I complete by mentioning that we held a roundtable conference in October with representatives of the IOC, the international federations. Gunnar Lindberg was there representing you, the International Testing Authority, World Anti-Doping, with a view to running past them the draft rules that we have established for a CAS anti-doping division, which was a specific division, a recommendation from the Olympic Summit a few years ago, the same summit that recommended an independent testing authority. So they had input into those rules. They were subsequently shared with our ICAS and subject to introducing a few improvements that those bodies suggested, WADA included. They are ready to take effect from the 1st of January next year. So from 1st of January there will be an anti-doping division of the CAS. We'll have our anti-doping division, our ordinary division, our appeal division, and then the ad hoc divisions that operate at games time. Importantly, this anti-doping division will provide, we've identified 25 to 30 arbitrators specialised in anti-doping, from whom only presidents of sole instance, presidents of first instance sole arbitrators can be selected, and from whom only the presidents of 3-person panels can be selected. So you can have a single arbitrator, or if the parties agree, you can have, if they agree to a first and final arbitration, so no appeals from that body if they agree, the president will come from this group of experienced persons. We are very mindful of having to continue to improve the not only the quality but the speed of delivery of decisions and to address the costs. And so in this division, international federations who delegate to this division jurisdiction, their jurisdiction, including for sanctioning athletes in respect of ADRVs, they will be given 4 free cases per annum. And we've looked at the number of cases that the international federations have, and I think about 70% are 4 or less. So they'll have, we will fully pay for if they're at first instance sole arbitrator, or if they are a 3-person panel, we will, CAS, with the support it gets from the Olympic movement, will pay for those. So they will be free. Any more than 4 cases per year that a federation might have, the cost of that will be capped at $8,000. And I can assure you that in some of the complex cases that come before CAS, I contested the costs with witnesses, etc., are often much more than that. So That will be a free service, up to 4 per year, other than just paying the filing fee of 1,000. The International Testing Authority has now had delegated responsibility given to it for its role by 10 international federations, so this takes some time to gain their confidence. We already had all 7 international winter federations delegate to our ad hoc division, anti-doping division during the Games, sanctioning responsibility. So I don't think the winter federations will be slow to sign up, and we were informed last week that the International Triathlon Union has already agreed to sign up. So that is a new development about which we will be generating publicity. One thing though, this is only for international level athletes, so the tribunals that happen in many of your countries at a national level must continue to hear those cases, and that's appropriate. But we have determined that CAS arbitrators will no longer be able to sit on national level disputes in your countries and also sit on the CAS appeal division. We had a situation coming out of America recently where there were 3 CAS arbitrators wearing their AAA hat, and the CAS appeal division significantly increased the penalties that they had awarded in a doping case, 3 doping cases, I think. So we think that our arbitrators will need to make up their mind whether they want to work at a national level or be available for the CAS appeal division. So that's my update, Mr. Vice President, and I'd be very happy to take any questions. If you give me a pen.
Thank you very much, Dr. John Coate. Some question? No question? Thank you very much for the report. Well,
thank you very much, and ANOC for your support, but also the continental associations that use us, particularly in Asia, and other bodies like the Commonwealth Games. So thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you agree, we do a break, and we return at 2:30. Please remember, if don't working with a little more hurry, we don't finish today.
political advisor of
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We'll start now. Please take your seat. Thank you. Please take your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we beginning the meeting. We must to be a little hurry. It's not, we don't finish before the 7 in the night. Well, Gunilla, our General Secretary, have the floor for make the report. Thank you very much, Gunilla.
Thank you very much. Would be nice if the people standing up can sit down. It's easier to talk to you then. Thank you. Mr. President of IOC, ANOC Council, dear friends and colleagues in the NOCs. It's a great honor for me to stand here in front of you. I was supposed to make my report yesterday morning. I'll try to update it after the different topics we've had the last day. So I hope you can follow. As we said yesterday, I can't believe that it's 1 year ago already since we were in Prague. And then I told you it was the biggest General Assembly ever. And this one is even bigger with all the NOCs here, which is really, really a very nice sign of the interest. And also with so many other meetings and with the interest from IOC, also to host the board meeting and the Coordination Commission meeting and other meetings here together. So we are the whole Olympic movement together, and we also have a lot of IFs present. To organize also a General Assembly in the upcoming host city of the Summer Games is quite a big undertaking by the Japanese NOC and the Organizing Committee here in Tokyo. I want to thank very much President Takeda and the Organizing Committee, what they have done to help us. We've been working very closely now for 1.5 years to organize this meeting. And we are also happy that we managed to organize together with the Organizing Committee the venue tour tomorrow. So you will be able to see where the venues are. You will not be able to access the venues because many of them are construction sites, and the village also, but you will see the distances and where they are, and I can promise you it looks very nice. Allow me also to thank the great leadership of our IOC President, Dr. Thomas Bach. I would like to thank him for his continuous work to ensure the implementation of the Olympic Agenda 2020 and the new norm. He has also led the Olympic movement to a higher level of cooperation with the United Nations and many political leaders around the world. The new candidature process for the Olympic Winter Games 2026 is just an example of his successful effort of progress for the Olympic movement, as we could hear yesterday during the presentation of the two candidate cities. 2018 has also been an Olympic year, and we have talked a lot about the successful Olympic Winter Games in PyeongChang, and the organizing committee gave you the final report, and we had a good outcome of the finances, and they spent all the efforts they could do to put on the games. We made a survey among all the NOCs that were participating in the games, and we asked you about recommendations for the future. Of course, mostly everything was really great with the venues, and the athletes were happy, and the village. But we have 3 points that we have brought forward to IOC. Firstly is to study the accreditation system for the future, as times are changing and support staff for the athletes are needed. So we are planning, or we have planned actually for the last month, a meeting with IOC to look at that one. We also have had discussions with IOC Sports Department regarding the qualification for the games, because that was one of the points that the most IOCs brought up. Late qualifications or difficult qualifications, and we have had a first meeting with the IOC Sports Department, and it has now been some changes that will go to the IOC Executive Board. Also to look at the concept of the transport system, and as I reported to you yesterday, when we studied the PyeongChang transport system, we have so many requirements, but only a little part of the transportation system was used, so maybe we can do that in a better way. And of course, we have also informed the upcoming organizing committees about our points, and we hope we will have some good results here. We also have witnessed the fantastic Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires and the Olympism in Action Forum organized by IOC, and to which you were all invited. And as President Bach said, it will be a discussion about if will be other forums in the future. But so far we have had only positive feedback from the NOCs that were there. We shared the cost. Actually, we paid one ticket for each NOC, and the other ticket was paid by IOC, so you were able to have 2 representatives. And we have also contributed to the Chef de Mission seminar. You have also, 1 week after the finish of the Buenos Aires Youth Games, we sent out the questionnaire again to you, and the deadline was 15th of November, so many NOCs have answered, but we appreciate if you can give your comments so we can work for the next Olympic Games in Senegal, and with some of the proposals that you will come with, but in all it was very successful in Buenos Aires. But dear colleagues, the NOCs, it's not only the work for preparing the Olympic Games. All the continents are preparing their continental games, and the Asian continent just delivered fantastic Asian Games in Jakarta in August. The continental games are becoming more and more important for the continental associations and for our athletes as well. And many of the continental games are already qualifiers for the Olympic Games, but we hope we can have more qualifiers in the continental games and also in the continental youth games, maybe for the World Games in the future. Our own games, the ANOC World Beach Games, are progressing very well. And as we informed yesterday, we have more than 400 athletes qualified from 45 NOCs already from all the continents. And we will keep you updated, and we will next week send out an updated technical handbook about all the qualification rules for the beach games. We have had 3 meetings in the Executive Council. First one was in Chile in March, and where we were invited by the president of Pan Am Sports, Neven Illich. And at that meeting, the Council decided to establish an ethics commission, establish an actuarial commission, receive an update on the preparations of the ANOC World Beach Games, and also receive the finance report from ANOC. We also received an update about the preparations for the ANOC General Assembly in Tokyo, and also we have many working groups together with the IOC, as President Bach mentioned, and we have a voice in most of the forums there. A second meeting of the Council took place in Buenos Aires on 7th of October, and it was approved, the text of the Code of Ethics that has been worked out by the Legal Commission and ANOC Modernization Commission, and we have made some proposals for changes to the constitutions, which you have adopted here. The Council also approved the 5 lawyers that were going to come from outside ANOC, and as we all know, you have approved that yesterday. For the ANOC commissions, it's the last meeting, as we will change the commissions here when we have a new council. And they met yesterday, many of them, and they will make a short update later this afternoon. We have had many meetings at the ANOC headquarters, where we have hosted, for example, WADA, CAS, Olympic Solidarity, IOC ANOC Working Group, EUC commissions, and other meetings. And all of you, when you are in Lausanne, when you go to Olympic Solidarity office, you're most welcome to ANOC office as well. We always have coffee there, we have a nice house, and we will always ready to give you a report. And we have good meeting facilities, so if you want to bring your board as well, you're more than welcome. For the ANOC website, we are trying to update it all the time, and of course, we have a special link now to the ANOC World Beach Games. But we're still asking you to send us your news and your stories so we can spread it all over the world. And I know that also IOC has a website, but we think it's room for 2 forms of information. We have cooperation with universities. First, the Russian International Olympic University, Rio, in Sochi. And like in previous years, we have had 3 scholarships that are paid by ANOC and by the university. And the ones who have been there for this year is Mr. Abdulrahman Al-Muttaf from Qatar, Mr. Oh Kwang-hyuk from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and Ms. Camila Gobo de Freitas from Brazil. So all of the young people coming back, they are very impressed by the education they have. So please, if you have some young candidates for scholarships, please send them in to us and give them the chance to go to that university. We will send out a new letter for application in March. We have also been working with the Dream Together Master Program Scholarship in Seoul University, and 7 students have been selected for scholarships at that university from Maldives, Pakistan, Jordan, Colombia, Botswana, Sri Lanka, and Ukraine. We have a representative for working with the International Forums for Sport Integrity, and in special working groups, Mike Chambers is our representative there, and he's doing a great job. And Mike is also willing to share with you all the news that comes out regarding the NOCs, so we will try to keep you updated about all the good job that's done there. Cooperation with WADA, we have representation in the different committees in WADA, and you can see the names on the screen here, and we have a good cooperation also there. For the continental meetings, you normally have one continental meeting a year, and I try to be there to give an update about the ANOC activities. And it's always been very useful, and it's very useful to visit all your NOCs in the different continents, and I'm learning a lot. As you say, we are very small NOCs, and we are very big NOCs, and with different backgrounds and also different financial conditions, so it's extremely important for me to learn about your activities. For the cooperation agreements, we have two cooperation agreements. We have one with Around the Rings. You are receiving to your NOC the newsletters, and those are all paid by ANOC. And we have a cooperation agreement also with Inside the Games for the magazines, the bigger magazines. And we are working with the Olympic Channel. It was good cooperation for last night's events, and we will be working with them for the Olympic Channel as well. For the beach games. ANOC Awards, I hope you enjoyed last night. It is great to have this ceremony, and we have had a jury, have been choosing the athletes for the awards. It's the continental presidents, plus the president of the International Winter Sports Federation and the Athletes Commission president. So we started the work early this year, actually right after the games. And I think we have had very good awardees coming here. For the General Assembly in Tokyo, as you might understand, with the close to 1,500 people, we've been working intensely with the organizing committee here. And we have also, as per tradition, we have invited 5 women delegates from each continent. That's been a procedure now since 2005 to give women the possibility to attend the General Assembly, because we know if you are allowed to only send 2 representatives, it's very rarely you send a woman and a man. So we started this project, as I said, more than 10 years ago, and it has been successful, and I hope we will continue. Just to finish, I want to take the opportunity to thank all NOCs for your cooperation, especially for the cooperation with the preparations for this General Assembly. With the registration, we have been pushing you a lot. We have been pushing you so we could receive the visas on time. And apparently it worked, because all countries are here. And very thankful also to the Japanese NOC and for the help and support. I also want to thank the Tokyo Olympic Organizing Committee for the venue tour they will put on. And also they put their people here in the hotel so you can have extra meetings with them. And I know that many of you will stay after this meeting to look at your training camps, etc. Also thank you to the Executive Council for all your support and all the work you are doing. And for the ANOC staff, both in Lausanne and in Kuwait. We have a very small number of staff in Lausanne, but they are extremely efficient, so I want to put a special thank you to them. Finally, ANOC continues to work very closely with the IOC and also to protect the interest of the NOCs, as President Bach said, when we're discussing villages, when we are discussing the conditions for the NOCs at the games, we always put forward the wishes you have. So finally, I will sincerely thank the IOC President and all the directors and staff for the good cooperation, and I hope that will continue also. So I will not take more of your time. I know we are very late. Thank you for the cooperation, and tomorrow we will start to prepare for the next General Assembly in San Diego. Thank you very much.
Well, some question to our General Secretary? No question. Thank you very much. And now the report of Olympic solidarity and relationship, the IOC with National Olympic Committee.
Mr. Chairman, members of the ANOC Council, IOC members, IFs, delegates of the 206 National Olympic Committees of the world, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure for us to be here with you. I'm here with a large team of the Olympic Solidarity in Lausanne, with the IOC NOC Relations Department, because we believe that this is really a unique opportunity to speak with you, to exchange with you about the so many projects that we are developing together. Thousands of projects. Really, you know that in the last quadrennial, 13-16, we developed more than 10,000 projects or actions together, you and us. And this is mainly because, for sure, this is your duty, to develop projects in favor of athletes, coaches, in preserving the values and principles of the Olympic movement. And this is our duty to support you on that. This is the reason that we are together, doing this, let's say, very high mission together, united, but respecting the diversity. This morning, President Bach, and never I contradict the President, sure, it's one of the principles of the IOC, said that the diversity is one of the main characteristics of you. But we need to preserve the unity. We try to understand the diversity within the 5 continents, within the 206 National Olympic Committees. Every one of you is different, and our team has the mission to understand what are these differences in order to help you better in performing your duties as, let's say, develop the values of the Olympic movement. It is a pleasure for us to do so. This morning, you have got already some examples through the presentation of Mr. De Kepper and the full IOC presentation about many actions that create synergies among us. Our difficult duty this afternoon is try to explain to you a little bit more in depth what we do together and to review sectors that are key, we understand, in this cooperation, in developing the values of the Olympic movement. And we have chosen 5 sectors to review together. 5 sectors that are the following. One, it is how we support athletes and the sports development in general through the actions of Olympic solidarity. Second is how you take part in the games and you receive our support for that, because this is key. How can we support you taking part in the games, that this is something that belongs to all of us. Third, how we exchange information. Only knowing each other, we can improve the cooperation. Fourth is which kind of joint projects can we develop at national level, specific for you, and trying to enhance the local community to help you better when you are in your country. And finally, something that has been largely debated during these days, it is how can we help you in increasing your good governance and protecting the autonomy of the Olympic movement. And let me go step by step. However, I promise we will be brief, if we can. This is not my main characteristic, sorry for that. Let's go to the first point, Olympic solidarity. What are we doing with you to support athletes first, and through the athletes, the full sports development? You know that during this quadrennial 17-20, in order to facilitate this cooperation, we have structured the assistance of Olympic solidarity in 5 sectors, to help you also, to have something that is a structure that you can work better and more easy with us. You see in the center, athletes, because this is the main goal we have, to assist the athletes. But for sure, athletes cannot be developed without coaches. And athletes and coaches cannot work in the right conditions without right NOC management. In yellow, you see the circle. And afterwards, all that is around the Olympic values. And finally, we need forums to discuss about all these points, to exchange, and this is one of them. Because of this, let's go to the athletes now. And because of this, and as I'm not the expert, and I'm so long, that another one is much more short than me explaining that, and is the real responsible, working for the athletes every day through Olympic solidarity. And Olivier, s'il te plaît, you can come here and you can explain. I will come back later, don't worry, you're going to be tired of me. Olivier, please.
Thank you, Perry. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to give you a brief update on what Olympic Solidarity is doing for the athletes. So we wanted to start this presentation by reminding that we are helping athletes, but by athletes we are not just meaning elite athletes. We're supporting athletes from grassroots with all our program for the development of young athletes, talent identification, and then we move on to the continental level, because we know that for many NOCs in this room, the priority is the athletes at the continental level who will participate in the continental games. Not everybody can win a medal during the Olympic Games, not yet at least, but for the continental game, it might be a first objective before moving on to the elite. And of course, on top of the pyramid, we have the elite program with the scholarship program that we will explain later. But not only we support athletes during their training, we also, and it was mentioned several times during the day, we also try to support athletes outside of the field of play, in their transition, in their education, and to make sure that they can have a better life. So we have in total 7 programs specifically dedicated to athletes. And if we move to the next slide, we can see that to date, at midterm of our plan, 206 NOCs benefited from at least one of our programs. But our objective is that at the end of the plan, we can stand in front of you and say that 206 NOCs have benefited from all of the athletes program. To start up with, we can see that 165 NOCs benefit from the Tokyo Scholarship, for example. And this is, as I said, one of our targets to have all NOCs on board. This program, as you know, has started last year. We increased the duration of this program. It's now a 3-year program. 1,339 athletes are already training around the world and trying to qualify. We hope that we will have more athletes, more NOCs on board, and hopefully the majority of them can qualify and participate in the Tokyo game. Same effort has been made for the Winter Games, the next Winter Games in Beijing, and we also increased the duration of this program thanks to the Commission. The Commission agreed to dedicate a budget specifically for the one additional year that we needed to cover 3 winter seasons. It was 2 in the past, so from November next year, November 2019, your NOC will be able to benefit from scholarship for the winter game as well. You can start applying earlier in the year, and 3 winter seasons would be covered through these programs. Coming back to what I was saying before about the athletes transition, also thanks to the Commission, we started a new program 2 years ago aiming to support the IOC effort to help athletes in their transition. So we are providing funding to the IOC ACP outreach workshops to go and train your athletes in your country and help them prepare their transition. We are also offering education projects. If your NOC have an athlete struggling, let's say, after his sporting career, we have a possibility to organize education. So these 2 programs are already available, and thanks to the IOC President and the collaboration with Professor Yunus, and it was mentioned already twice this morning by the IOC President, but also by the IOC Athletes Commission Chair, Kirsty Coventry. We have a new initiative aiming to support athletes to become entrepreneurs. We were focusing more on the education, but not everyone wants to go back to school. Some of them have great ideas, they just need help to start their business. So this opportunity will be launched next year. We will start with some engagement with all athletes, and we will need your NOC to push the athletes to register to the online course and start understanding what exactly is offered. We would have an online course to train the athletes about everything they need to know to become entrepreneurs. That would be the first stage. It will touch a large number of athletes. Secondly, we will go to the second phase that we call the incubation phase, aiming to target Olympians already having conducted the course, but also having a business plan in mind. So some of these athletes already have a business plan. These athletes can be supported, come and participate in a workshop that will be organized in the 5 continents, and from these workshops, 10 projects to start with will be selected and pushed forward. This will be the acceleration phase. So those 10 athletes will have their business really taken on board and supported to be able to start. So this will be a kind of pilot project, and hopefully it will be successful. Those athletes will have success in their business, and we can then continue this program and extend it to more athletes. Moving on to the collaboration that we have with the Athletes Commissions. We are very lucky to have 2 members of the IOC Athletes Commission sitting in the Olympic Solidarity Commission, and that collaboration is essential because all ideas discussed and agreed in the Athletes Commission can be proposed to the Olympic Solidarity Commission for implementation. One very simple example is the program that I just mentioned before, the Athletes Career Transition. This was brought to the table of the Commission by our representative of the IOC Athletes Commission, and it turned into a specific program that your NSOs are benefiting from now. The second example are the Athletes Forum. They've been also mentioned this morning, and we had 5 athletes forum around the world, and we were supposed to have a second round of forum during the next 2 years of the plan. These forums are a great opportunity for us to hear the voice of the athletes, to understand the need, and try to adjust our offer to the demand. We try to listen to their voice, but we also try to make them listen to our voices, because we realize that many athletes were lacking awareness. They were not really aware of the opportunities. They were not really aware of what is available to them. And it is in that sense that we're trying to change a little bit our communication and be more educative in the way we communicate with the athletes. So without entering into more detail, I would just like to finish this short presentation by coming back to the PyeongChang Winter Games. This was the highlight for us of this year. We had more than 400 athletes, but I will not give you the figures. You will see them in the video. But according to what I was saying before, trying to be more educative, this video, as you will see, is not just providing nice images of the game and figures. We also try to have a narrative explaining exactly what the scholarships are so that everybody understands the offer, the mechanism, the different phases of the program, and so on. So we'll share this video with you. We hope that you can also share this video with your athletes, your federation, to bring a little bit more awareness about Olympic solidarity. Thank you.
It's a moment when those who don't have the opportunity to chase their dreams are given a path to help make it happen on the greatest stage in sport. The IOC Olympic Solidarity Scholarship Program has been designed to offer athletes the best possible conditions to prepare and qualify for the Olympic Games, giving them the technical and financial support they need to represent their country and perhaps win an Olympic medal.
Every funding that I get extra was a help towards these Olympic Games and to train in the best circumstances. With the help of the association, we could make it possible to get to the Olympics.
For PyeongChang, Olympic Solidarity reserved a total budget of $10 million and offered two types of assistance. The individual scholarship includes two key benefits: a monthly grant to assist their training and a travel subsidy to help athletes participate in Olympic qualification events. While the tailor-made option provides more limited support to national Olympic committees sending the biggest delegations to the Winter Games.
Že je to dôležité hlavne pre krajiny ako je napríklad Slovensko, ktoré nemajú pre športovcov, ktorí nie sú úplne na vrchole, dostatok financií, aby všetko utiahli. A práve preto je tá olympijská solidarita pre nás športovcov veľmi dôležitá a určite som za ňu vďačná aj ja a určite je to pomoc.
The NOCs are invited to nominate athletes where an Olympic scholarship would have a significant impact on their training and who have insufficient means of funding. Olympic Solidarity analyzes each nomination, working with the international federations to assess their technical merit. The candidates need to have a high enough sporting level to potentially qualify for the Olympic Games and should have taken part in international competitions recognized by the international federations.
Belgium is not a country with a lot of winter sport history. They usually don't give a lot of money to athletes, so I think it's really good that IOC sees that and says like maybe we can support them.
Each athlete is assessed every 4 months, and their participation in the various qualifying competitions is monitored regularly. Then comes qualification and the chance to represent their country at the Olympic Games. In PyeongChang 2018, 268 individual scholarship holders from 60 national Olympic committees represented their country. Some NOCs use the program in their quest to qualify for the Games. Their achievements are the qualification, participating for the first time, or a personal best. For others, the objective is to be on the podium. And so in PyeongChang 2018, Olympic scholarship holders won 13 medals and 57 diplomas.
Конечно, я бы посоветовал каждому спортсмену, который достойно представляет свою страну на международных соревнованиях, использовать такую возможность, если она у него будет, потому что эта стипендия дает больше возможностей лучше подготовиться к самым важным стартам в твоей жизни.
The PyeongChang scholarships have been designed by Olympic Solidarity to improve the competitiveness of the Olympic Games. The Tokyo Scholarship Program has already been launched, and athletes are training all around the world on their journey to 2020.
Thank you very much. I think you'll agree with Olivier that this is a video that we're going to use to educate NOCs and athletes across the world so that they can understand better how the Olympic Solidarity programs operate. As Perry said at the beginning, we offer a full range of programs from Olympic Solidarity. NOCs have access to menus of programs through the world programs or through continental programs. Indeed, in the coaching area, we have already organized 553 technical courses for coaches and offered 332 scholarships for coaches at different educational universities across the world. We rely on the international federations clearly for their expertise to help us with this education, and we'd like to thank them obviously for this. In terms of the promotion of Olympic values, this is an area that NOCs are getting more and more active in. You heard a lot of presentations this morning relating to Olympic values, and Olympic Solidarity offers educational programs, sustainability programs, social development through sport programs, protection of clean athletes, and also gender equity programs. And to date, we have around 300 activities that have already taken place in the last 2 years, and that's 70 activities more than in the same time, this time 4 years ago. In terms of NOC management, again, we look at the different levels of management and education for NOC and sports administrators. I'd just like to point out one interesting initiative that is happening next week in Portugal, which is the second MEMOS convention. A lot of you in the room are MEMOS graduates, and congratulations for that. The aim of this convention is to regroup the MEMOS graduates in one place to discuss the Agenda 2020 items, in particular governance, Olympism in action, sustainability and marketing. A lot of what we do in collaboration with the Continental Associations and ANOC. You heard yesterday from the Continental Associations the different programs that they are offering on a continental level. As Pere said, the decentralization policy that was put in place a number of years ago is still active and very strong at the moment. We have regular meetings with the Continental Associations through the 7 offices meetings that were held this year in the ANOC offices in Lausanne. In total, through the world programs, the IOC subsidies for the participation in Olympic Games and the continental programs, to date we have spent and allocated a total budget of $272 million, and that is in the 2 years of this quadrennial. As a reminder, we have a budget of around $500 million to distribute in sport development programs across the world, and you, the 206 NOCs, can access that money through the menu of programs that are available. We held an Olympic Solidarity Commission meeting here in Tokyo under the interim chairmanship of Dr. Robin Mitchell, and we'd like to inform the ANOC General Assembly that the decision of the Olympic Solidarity Commission was to also cover the participation costs of national Olympic committees in the Youth Olympic Games for Buenos Aires and also for Lausanne in 2020, and we will revert to you with further information on that. Perry was talking about other services outside of Olympic Solidarity. NOC services at Games time is something that we work very hard on. Tosh's team that is available to you prior to the Games and at Games time in the Olympic Village is there to work very closely with Gunilla and the ANOC team to make sure that the services that are provided to the NOCs and your athletes at Games time are well followed by the organising committees. They're in daily contact with ANOC and the organising committees to make sure that these service levels are represented. They also do programs such as the NOC Competition Uniform Support Program that you received a letter on your desks in this General Assembly. If you're interested in that for the Tokyo Games, please send an email into the office. For Rio, 54 NOCs took part in that program and 15 in PyeongChang. Last year was also a busy year because we started the NOC Games Preparation Forums. These were held in 6 different locations across the world, Malawi, Serbia, Cambodia, Kyrgyzstan, Samoa, and Peru, and we'd like to thank those NOCs for hosting those NOC Games Preparation Forums. In terms of information and NOC community, we rely on your help to feed back data into the IOC and to exchange information. Our main port of entry into the IOC information is the NOCnet. You can see the URL on the screen there. In there, you will see all the reference documents that are relevant to you as NOCs. We consider this as a knowledge hub. Please log on to the extranet as often as you can so that you can get an updated information from the IOC. In addition, it's through there that you can access the online Olympic Solidarity online platform, which is a new system that allows you to apply online and paperless for Olympic Solidarity's programs. The joint IOC-NOC projects at a national level, we have a number of projects that we run with you as NOCs. In particular, the Olympic Day celebrations. Last year, 157 of you did these. I think we can do better next year, please. 45 IOC trophies were distributed. The theme this year was Olympism in action. Last summer, the IOC Executive Board approved the Olympic medal reallocation principles and ceremonies. 11 of these reallocation ceremonies for Beijing and London medals have now taken place in NOCs and at different championships across the world, and more are coming forward. In terms of Olymp Africa, we have 40 Olymp Africa Football Net Cup tournaments that took place last year. And just to finish off and to focus in on one of the projects that we wanted to announce today, the Olympic festivals we discussed last year and in collaboration with the Czech National Olympic Committee. This is a new brand that has been approved by the IOC Executive Board. It is available to all NOCs now as a license agreement for the Tokyo Games, and it will allow you to celebrate the Games during Games time in your home countries. The look of the Games will be able to be used in your home countries, and this is a first. For PyeongChang, we had a pilot project, and there was 4 NOCs, Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic, France, Kosovo, and Slovakia were part of this pilot project, and you can see some of the images there. In particular, what it has brought us to is the launch of a toolkit, which will be available to all NOCs at the beginning of next year. This will show you how to organize these Olympic festivals and will explain to you the license agreement that the IOC will be offering. The marketing seminars that will be held next year will be an ideal opportunity for us to go into more detail on this. And the last point that I'll make before handing over to Jérôme is this is a project that has really come from the grassroots of the NOCs. The Czech NOC had this idea of organizing sports parks and did an amazing job for the Sochi Olympic Winter Games. And they came to the IOC and to ANOC and asked for our support in that. And what has then transpired is they managed to get together the 8 NOCs that you can see on the screen there to really bring this project to fruition. The IOC Executive Board was very excited by this and adopted the new brand. So this is a good example of what you can do as NOCs. If you have ideas, please don't hesitate to come to us with them. And now I will pass over to my colleague, Jérôme Poivet, who will take you through institutional services and governance. So.
Thank you very much, James. Good afternoon, everyone. I will give you a brief overview about the institutional and governance services which we provide to all NOCs. First of all, talking about good governance, the IOC President mentioned this morning how important it is for the Olympic movement as a whole to implement the basic principles of good governance. And when it comes to the NOCs, you probably know that we have now created a specific governance platform available for all NOCs where you can find specific information about how best to implement the basic principles of good governance, very specific recommendations and assistance provided to each one of your NOCs. And also with this governance tool, you can also perform self-evaluation of your own situation and level of compliance with the basic principles of good governance. So now, so far, we have 133 NOCs which have completed this exercise, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you doing this already. And for those who have not yet completed this exercise, it would be good to do it before the end of this year. So now we are in a phase also of providing specific feedback, individual feedback for each one of the NOCs which have completed this exercise to give also additional recommendation and see if there is any specific assistance that is needed from us. Also, we offer specific guidance and assistance for the revision of the NOC statutes and constitutions, leading, of course, to the IOC approval once we make sure that the NOC statutes are fully compliant with not only the basic requirements of the Olympic Charter, but also these basic principles of good governance. So obviously both are closely connected, governance and revision of the NOC constitutions. Also, we follow the NOC elections and we ask all NOCs to send us regular information about once the elections take place and to make sure that we have our database always up to date. We provide also specific assistance for the revision of the NOC logos to make sure that they are fully compliant with the specific IOC guidelines and to make sure that they can be approved at the end of the day by the IOC. So as you know, the NOCs can have one institutional logo. I mean, they must have an institutional logo, and also can have a commercial logo, which is optional. So in this case, we work together with IOC TMS on the revision and approval of these commercial logos. Oops. We also provide specific assistance when, unfortunately, you are faced with conflict situation affecting your NOC, either inside your NOC or, let's say, from outside, meaning if you have some problems with government, which happens from time to time, unfortunately. And in this case, we are trying to help you as much as possible by mediating and by trying to resolve the conflict situation together with the government and also with the international federations, because usually when your NOC is affected by a specific issue with the government, the national federations are also affected by the same. To preserve the autonomy of the Olympic movement, and also to try to prevent this kind of situation and problems with the government, we established for the first time a specific, let's say, reference document to summarize the key principles which should be followed to make sure that there is a good relationship between government authorities and the Olympic movement in the country. So we encourage you to use this document at least as a basis for discussion with your government authorities. And maybe you can go one step further by signing a MOU or any kind of cooperation agreement with the government based on this specific document. And talking about autonomy, I would like also to refer to what has been discussed this morning and what the IOC President mentioned concerning the free participation of the athletes and teams in all international sports events. I'm not going to repeat what the IOC President said already, but just for you to know that we are taking this extremely seriously, and I would like to thank the NOCs which have been involved in this, and also the international federations, because we have developed a very good collaboration with them to try to address these issues jointly and in the best manner possible. So this concludes my part, and now I pass the floor back to Pere for the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry. As I warned before and as I threatened before, I'm back. But we'll be brief, sure. This is only to conclude, to say you that this is part of what we are doing together. And we are very proud to do that with you. And we hope that we are pushing us to do more, because we will push you to do more. We are really happy because we believe that together we are the same family, we are united, we are diverse but united. As this has been proven here, we are the same family. Because of this, we are united in the same principles, values, and actions. And you have seen that we have a lot of actions to do together. And this is the team that is very happy to work with you. This is the Olympic Solidarity Team in Lausanne. Very few in relation to the amount of projects that we have. This is the NOC's IOC Relations Team that you have here in the screen. And all of us, I repeat, we're very happy because we are helping all of you to develop the projects. Mainly, and they are in the heart of this Olympic movement, the athletes. But before finishing, allow me to put a question, because all the athletes that we are helping are under your protection. But is this right? Is this true? I believe not. In the world, actually, you have many athletes that they have no NOC, that they have no national federation, that maybe they have no flag that we discussed this morning. And this is the reason why the IOC, years ago, developed something very special. Maybe this is the most special project, really, that we have developed, that is in our hearts, is the creation of the Refugee Olympic Team for Rio. You know that the main reason was not sure to give opportunity to 10 athletes to take part in the games. For sure that the 10 athletes that you have in the screen, they were very important for us. They are important for us because still now we are helping them. No, the main reason was to raise attention to the world to raise awareness that 68.5 million of persons are refugees in the world living in a very pitiful conditions. And this action, and this is the power of the sport, the power of this Olympic movement, has been one of the most important actions done, and I'm repeating what the High Commissioner of United Nations said for refugees. Mr. Grandi said that, one of our main partners. This action has really served to raise attention in the world to this cause, to this really pitiful situation. You see the athletes here? They have been our ambassadors for this cause, and thanks to that also, the IOC Executive Board, only a few days ago, they take the decision to have a new refugee Olympic team for Tokyo. And actually, this team will be really appointed in the next months. But the important thing is that now we have launched a project that is led by Olympic Solidarity also, that with you, we are trying to identify in the world, in your countries, where you have refugees, if you have athletes. We speak real athletes, athletes that they can compete at least at national level, and they can be supported by you, and maybe they will be finally in this team that will take part in Tokyo 2020. Actually, we have identified, thanks to you, 44 athletes. We have cooperation with 14 NOCs in the world that they are helping us, and we hope that this list will increase. The final list will be short, for sure. We cannot bring 100 athletes because many NOCs will tell us that maybe they have only 2 or 3 in the games. We need to have some balance in that. But this is the symbol. We will have a team in Tokyo, and this will continue raising awareness to this cause. We are very proud of that, but allow me to tell you that this is not, when I repeat, the reason to have the team. The reason is what is behind this drama of 68.5 million persons. And the IOC, maybe now is very well known. The Olympic movement, not the IOC, we are together. We do that together. The IOC is well known because we have launched that. But you should know that we are doing action since more than 20 years on that. And now we are increasing and increasing and increasing. And allow me, before leaving, really, I will leave now the floor. But before leaving, allow me to present to you a small video showing that.
Refugee athlete James Chenichek ran the 400 meters at Rio 2016 in 52.89 seconds. In that time, 4 people will have been forced to flee their homes in the ongoing global refugee crisis. The numbers of people forced from their homes by conflict and war is the highest it's ever been. 68.5 million people. Almost 60% of those are under the age of 25. One thing that makes a real difference to the mental and physical well-being of young refugees is sport. Since the 1990s, the IOC and UNHCR have been developing sports projects in refugee settlements and camps in more than 45 countries. When the first ever refugee Olympic team competed at Rio 2016, it opened the eyes of the world to the untapped potential of refugees. In 2017, the IOC took another leap forward, the creation of the Olympic Refuge Foundation.
With the creation of the Olympic Refuge Foundation, we wanted to make our assistance more consistent. We wanted to support not only high-level refugee athletes, but refugees in camps and in areas all over the world.
Recognizing the power of sport, the IOC, UNHCR and Terre des Hommes have collaborated to develop a sport for protection approach, helping to organize sports activities in a safe and welcoming environment where young people can shape their own futures, enhance their well-being and promote peace and development across their communities. This approach has been successfully applied in many refugee camps and disadvantaged settings around the world by the IOC and UNHCR, alongside other renowned organisations such as international NGOs and national Olympic committees.
bahaye abana bacu siporo bari kubaha uburere bwiza kuko ndiko ndakina basket ngira ico nungutse cyane cyambere ni siporo irafasha mu mubiri wanje hama ikindi naco ndagira ubushuti hamwe n'abandi bikamfasha mu buzima bwanje bwa buri munsi.
Olympic Refuge Foundation partners around the world are championing the values and the benefits that sport can bring to social cohesion and well-being, leading to remarkable outcomes for young refugees and communities.
Sport institutions can also play a considerable role in refugee responses. Through this partnership, we're able to ensure better access to sport programs for some of the world's most disadvantaged children and youth.
Sport for Protection projects are not just providing safe spaces to play sport, but enabling young people to become true agents for positive change in their communities.
I would like to conclude this presentation, short presentation, as you have seen, to thank all of you, all the NOCs of the world, because this is the real family that you have said. We work together for real causes, good causes, and especially for the protect the Olympic values. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to ANOC. Thank you to the continental associations of the NOCs, the international federations, all of those that they are supporting us, the Olympic Solidarity Commission, and especially to the acting chairman that we have now, Robin Mitchell, and Sheikh Ahmad, that he has done a great role as chairman of Olympic Solidarity. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Pera. Thank you, all the members of Olympic Solidarity. Some question? Oh. Burundi. Have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je prends la parole pour rendre hommage à toute l'équipe de la solidarité olympique pour le travail accompli dans nos sénats respectifs. Pour le cas du Burundi, je saisis cette opportunité pour dire que, grâce au soutien de la solidarité olympique, de jeunes Burundais viennent de remporter 2 médailles au niveau des Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse de Buenos Aires, et uniquement après une première compétition, donc c'était leur deuxième compétition internationale, et cela a été possible grâce au soutien de la solidarité olympique. Encore une fois, je saisis cette occasion pour remercier l'équipe de la solidarité olympique pour le travail accompli avec nos sénats.
Gracias, presidente. Igualmente quiero aprovechar este espacio para agradecer, destacar definitivamente el trabajo de todo el equipo de Solidaridad Olímpica. Para países como los nuestros, los programas que se han venido desarrollando, que se han venido adaptando a las verdaderas necesidades de nuestros comités olímpicos, en muchos casos pequeños como el que represento, nos ha permitido ver un mayor crecimiento en nuestros atletas, en nuestros entrenadores. Por lo menos desde nuestro Comité Olímpico hemos aprovechado prácticamente todos los programas de solidaridad olímpica, y quiero destacar realmente ese alcance que tiene. A veces cuesta medir los beneficios que reciben nuestros comités olímpicos. Asimismo, el acompañamiento que tiene con nuestra organización continental, Panam Sport, también con los nuevos programas de solidaridad panamericana, también nos han permitido mejorar en todas las áreas, no solamente atletas, entrenadores, infraestructura, etcétera. Y quiero aprovechar también para agradecer al Comité Olímpico de Japón, que con el programa Sport for Tomorrow también nos ha permitido tener atletas en Japón entrenando, entrenadores japoneses, nos han ayudado con equipamiento, y quiero aprovechar este momento para agradecerle al señor Takeda, a todo el equipo del Comité Olímpico Japonés por este gran apoyo que nos ilusiona en la preparación de nuestros atletas hacia Tokio 2020. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, presidente. Primero, felicitar a Pérez Miró y su equipo de trabajo por el importante papel que desempeña, por la profesionalidad en su trabajo, por todo el apoyo que hacen a todos los comités olímpicos. Generalmente los comités olímpicos, como bien dijo el compañero que me antecedió, pequeños, pues para ellos Solidaridad Olímpica es muy importante para su desarrollo. Esto unido también al trabajo que realiza Solidaridad Olímpica Panamericana, conjuntamente con lo que hace también el Solidaridad Olímpica Mundial, son muy importantes para el desarrollo de nuestros comités olímpicos. Muchas gracias.
More question? Pera Miró, you have the floor.
Only to thank these very nice words that I believe that you know that we are at your service. Once again, thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for the report of Olympic Solidarity. And now, the introduction by the host of the game of the Olympic Game in Paris. The Winter Youth Game in Lausanne 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear President of the IOC, dear members of the Executive Council, dear Presidents, Directors, and Secretary Generals, dear friends. Mr. Jörg Stahl and Roger Schneck, respectively President and Secretary General of Swiss Olympic, join me in thanking you for giving us the opportunity and time to report to you today about our progress in the organization of the next Olympic event in the calendars, the third Winter Youth Olympic Games in Lausanne. A few weeks ago, our team and I were very excited to go to Buenos Aires to experience the Young Youth Olympic Games firsthand with our good friends from BA Organizing Committee. But after a fantastic few days on site, including a report to the session which was very well received, tragedy occurred. Patrick was suddenly taken from us. Like for many others, Patrick has a strong inspiration for our project. He has taught us a lot. He has shared a lot of his invaluable insights. He has prepared us to put up together a wonderful event in 2020. Patrick had humor and an always positive outlook of life. We will take with us this extraordinary energy and continue to inject it into everything we do at Lausanne 2020. This is why we are very proud to report that our project is on good track. As reported to the IOC a few weeks ago, we are on time and on budget, and we look forward to some great milestones in the coming weeks. We learned a lot in Buenos Aires. The way Mr. Wertheim, Leonardo and his team delivered the event was more than inspiring. The way schools, children were brought along, the way the local communities were engaged, and the way the public joined the party was absolutely astonishing. We share that same vision, but in Lausanne we still need to move up the next level of engagement. We have more than a year to get there, and we're working very hard on mobilizing more and more partners to help us create this movement. I'm here today with Roger Schneck, the Secretary General of our NOC Swiss Olympic, and Jérôme Rocha, Lausanne 2020 Head of NOC Relations. Jérôme will share some useful information with us in a minute. I will focus on two main topics: competition venues and the Youth Olympic Village. Let's start with taking a quick look at what's new about the venue master plan and the competition venues with our Head of Sports, Simone.
The Lausanne 2020 sport concept covers the entire nation of Switzerland. It even goes beyond that, with the event taking place in the neighboring France. Today, let's focus on what's new about our venues. First, St. Moritz. Hi everybody. As you know by now, St. Moritz is where we will host all sliding sports. I stand here on the St. Moritz Olympia Bob Run, home of the 28 and 48 Olympics. World Cups events are held on this all-natural track almost every year. Local competence and expertise are extremely high. Total guaranteed quality delivery. This means that during the game we will be able to fully concentrate on the unique athletes' experience in this spectacular and historic venue. This is Lake St. Moritz. You can't really tell it now, but it freezes every winter, starting from December. This is where the Lausanne 2020 speed skating competition will take place. This has been decided together with the International Federation, the ISU, and it is a great example of smart hosting, making full use of local opportunities. The first Swiss championships in speed skating have taken place on the lake last winter. We gained a lot of experience, and let me tell you, this will be a spectacular event in 2020. At the Organising Committee, we are currently thinking about how to guarantee the best possible experience for the athletes, including movement between Lausanne and St. Moritz and the two villages, and how our education program will be integrated between the two. One thing is for sure, athletes will have a full Swiss Alps experience here in St. Moritz. Alpine skiing, snowboard and freestyle skiing event will take place in 3 different sites in the Vaud Alps. Halfpipe, slopestyle and big air events will take place in Lausanne. Hi again, look at this spectacular site. This is the bottom of the Lausanne 2020 22 feet high halfpipe. A real example of legacy for the local youth, together with the alpine ski slope in Les Diablerets and the cross in Villars. And on top of it, look at the view the athletes will have from up here. In Les Diablerets, work on the main slope for the alpine discipline is well on the way. Lausanne 2020 has accelerated needed investment on a brand new lift which will serve a new generation of skiers and tourists. Next door, Villars will host the ski cross in an existing venue, as well as ski mountaineering competition for the first time in the Youth Olympic Games program. In both of these sites, new FIS race will be organized starting this winter already, and hopefully long after the Games. A wonderful sporting legacy for the region. In Lausanne, the total refurbishment of the Mallet Ice Center, home of the ice hockey, figure skating and short track, is also right on schedule. A spectacular venue just 5 minutes away from the Youth Olympic Village. Just 4 months after the Youth Games, this arena will host the IIHF Ice Hockey World Championships. In Les Tuffes, in neighboring France, the new ski jumping hill is now finished and will already host many events this winter. There, an arrangement between the Swiss and French authorities will allow hundreds of young Swiss athletes to train on these facilities for the next 20 years, one of the great legacies of Lausanne 2020. We could show you much more about our venue, but time is limited today. The only change in our original plan is that we will now go to Champery for curling instead of Morges. We are extremely happy with that change. Everywhere, we are well on time and on budget. I'm sorry. Second. Hey Fanny, hi, nice to see you. How are you?
Hey Sing. I hope all is well in Lausanne. I thought I would give you a quick call to let you know in the All Olympic family how proud I am to welcome in 2020 the ski cross and boulder cross in my hometown of Villars, just a few miles from where you are now. Villars is where I learned to ski, and to see all the young best athletes competing for gold in my backyard would be just unreal. So, see you soon all in Villars. Bye!
Thank you, Fanny. Talk to you soon.
We're also very happy to report that the pre-OG events will take place in all our venues this winter already, except the ice sports in Lausanne, simply because the venue is still not ready yet, but it will be ready for the next season for ice hockey. These pre-OG events will be very useful for our teams. Even though there is a great expertise in winter sports in Switzerland, the more we'll host, the more we'll learn. One of the jewels of our plan is something that is key to you. It's our Youth Olympic Village. Let's now take a look at it with Stephanie, our Youth Engagement Manager.
Hi again. I am here on the spectacular building site of what will be one of the most impressive villages ever built. You have all seen it many times in drawings, presentations, and PowerPoints, but here, behind me, is the real thing. Vortex, as we call the building, is fully integrated in the university campus. Lausanne 2020 will be the first user of these rooms, but immediately after the games, the building will be handed over to the students. I am here with Mr. Benoit Franc, Vice Rector of the university. Mr. Franc, can you tell us what will be the impact of Vortex in the continuous development of the university?
Yes, I think we have one of the most beautiful campuses in the world. It's a green campus by the lake with a wonderful seaside on the Alps. And now with Vortex, we have a huge student complex, and it will change dramatically the life on campus. So for us, it's probably the most exciting legacy of the Games, and we are really grateful for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franc. Now let's take a look inside. Wow, quite impressive, isn't it? Mr. Burke, you're in charge of the construction. Can you tell us what is special about this building?
Donc c'est un bâtiment qui va faire 28 mètres de haut, 137 mètres de diamètre extérieur. On a une rampe hélicoïdale qui monte sur 2,8 km, 829 chambres étudiantes et 76 logements pour haute académique.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, we cannot wait to welcome you all here in 2020. In the meantime, next time you're in Lausanne, do not hesitate to come and check this out. Time to go back now.
In terms of software, these are some key elements of our hardware. In terms of software, we're very proud to involve local schools and universities in the development of our athletes' education program. We want it to be very relevant for your athletes and coaches, providing them with practical tools to develop skills and performance. We already tested some of these elements in Buenos Aires through the Performance Accelerator, which some of you might remember. Now it's time to hear from Jérôme, who will tell you more about our ANOC relations. Jérôme worked at the IOC and at Swiss Olympic before joining our team. Since he started with us this year, he attended the Chef de Mission briefing in Buenos Aires, Seminaire in Buenos Aires, this April, and he organized the site visits of our team during the Inspiring Games in Buenos Aires, spending almost a month in the Youth Olympic Village, gaining a lot of knowledge on athletes' experience. Jérôme, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jan. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure for me to talk to you today, as it is for me to be part of this wonderful project. My 2 trips to Buenos Aires were fantastic learning opportunities, during which I could start to meet, connect, and exchange with many of you chefs de mission. Now Lausanne is the next host, and I can't wait to make full use of this experience to ensure that the best level of service is provided to you and your delegations. Our plan for the coming months is to gradually enhance our communication, especially with those of you who will qualify athletes for the year 2020. For example, we will launch next month, before Christmas, our new NOC newsletter containing useful and detailed updates. We are currently hiring, and our NOC relations and services team will grow to make sure you have all the necessary assistance and support for your preparation for these games. Today, I would like you to take note of one important milestone, our Chef de Mission seminar. This event will take place next year on September 3rd and 4th, Arrival Day on the 2nd, departures on the 5th. We will, of course, organize one-to-one meetings, and we will send all the necessary information next March. We are very excited to welcome you all in Lausanne to prepare for the first ever Olympic event in the heart of the Olympic capital, so please save the date. Now, I won't take much more of your time. I just wanted to say that I'm very looking forward to our collaboration. And in the meantime, should you wish to contact us, please do so at the address you see behind me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jérôme. The quality of our collaboration and your level of satisfaction with us is of crucial importance. We also have identified additional elements which will be key to our success. They are our 5 commitments. As we have limited time, I won't go through them today. All you need to know is that we have a clear story that we want to tell and high legacy ambitions. We look forward to doing it with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all, the NOCs, the IFs, and the IOC, for your trust and great support in the co-constructions of these Youth Olympic Games. Looking so much forward to welcome you in January 2020 in the proud Olympic city of Lausanne. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Chairman, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you for the report of Lausanne. Some question? No question? Thank you very much. And best luck. Well, now the introduction by the host of the game of Olympic Game 2028, Los Angeles. We have the lunch. Maybe in 1 hour and a half.
Good afternoon, dear President Bach, ANOC Executive Council, all my NOC and IF friends. Thank you for having us here today, and a special thank you to the Japanese Olympic Committee and Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee for the hospitality. I wish you all the best in your preparations for the next Summer Games. It is truly wonderful to be here as a host city and to present to you for the first time since Los Angeles was awarded the Games in 2028. The ANOC General Assembly is special for us. Our first meeting in the Olympic movement as a bid city was at your meeting in Washington, D.C., and our first official presentation was at your meeting in Doha, and happy to be here again today. It's an honor and a great responsibility to be a part of this movement, and I thank all of you for your confidence and encouragement as we collectively work to shape the future of the Games. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to acknowledge the loss of my friend and the chairman of our Coordination Commission, Patrick Baumann. A devastating loss for the movement. We will miss him in Los Angeles greatly, and we will work to honor his memory every day through the Games of 2028. There's nothing in our world that compares to the power of the Olympic and the Paralympic movement. The Games represent the very best of what humanity is made of when people come together, put aside their differences, and celebrate sports and competition. At LA 2028, we are energized by the hope and optimism the Games provide. We believe that diversity, respectful inclusion, and perhaps most importantly, connection to young people around the world will drive the movement forward. You know, in addition to my job with the Olympic Games and my company, I actually have another job. In fact, it's a really important job that keeps me on my toes daily. I'm a parent. I have 2 kids, and while they can be difficult and complicated like all of us at times, they represent everything that is right with humanity and what lies ahead. In my son and daughter, I see what I see in young people all around the world. I see hope for what the world can be, tenacity to make it better, and how, if we try new things with open arms and open minds, we can achieve dreams we never even knew were possible. Long after the 28 Games are over, and you don't have to hear from me anymore, the movement will carry on. And my hope is the work that we do in Los Angeles will make the movement thrive for generations to come. Our dream for the Los Angeles Games is to host a transformative experience for everyone involved. We will support athletes, entertain fans, and engage a new generation of Olympic and Paralympic dreamers. Your athletes will take center stage as we aim to leave a lasting, positive impact on the movement forever. Our vision for the Games is quite simple and deeply inspired by Olympic Agenda 2020. LA 2028 will fit the Games to the city. We will focus on using the best resources available already. We will use our robust sports and entertainment infrastructure. We will use our vibrant, creative community, and our diverse neighborhoods will warmly welcome people from all over the world to our city. Our commitment to you is to spend the next 10 years focused on delivering the best experience for your athletes, the NOCs, and the entire Olympic and Paralympic family. So our Games plan, and what does that look like? Well, our Games plan is a reflection of our vision. We feature multiple sports parks that use the best of the city's infrastructure and maximize the reach of the Games throughout the city. Our plan celebrates Olympic heritage and embraces the future. Honoring history, 30% of our Games competition venues hosted events during the 32 and 84 Games in Los Angeles. And the University of California at Los Angeles and the University of Southern California were the Olympic villages in 1984. The majority of our Games plan venues represent the current backbone of LA's infrastructure, including venues like Staples Center, home to the Los Angeles Lakers and Clippers. And looking to the future, we have the most technologically advanced, expensive stadium in the world being built by private dollars in Los Angeles that will open in a couple of years and will host some of the greatest events in the world, including opening ceremonies. Before we move on from the Games plan, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about our Athletes Village at UCLA. Today, UCLA is home to more than 16,000 athletes from, 16,000 students from 130 countries. In other words, today, UCLA houses, feeds, and delivers services for as many students as it will for athletes in 2028. It has been home to more than 400 Olympians and offers a game-ready environment for extraordinary living, dining, and on-site training facilities. In fact, 40% of Olympic athletes will be able to train on-site at the Village. The question I hear time and time again, with no major construction, is what are you going to do for 10 years? Well, other than come to presentations like this. But we came light, so it's just Lenny and I here. It's no uniforms. The answer is simple. We are seizing an unprecedented opportunity to focus 100% on creating the most compelling and engaging experience possible for your athletes, the NOCs, and the entire Olympic and Paralympic family. We've looked at this horizon in 3 phases. Phase 1 is our current focus. We are learning and listening from the movement. In phase 2, we will finalize our games plan, execute our commercial plan, and implement our youth sports program. And in 2022, we enter phase 3. This is when the bulk of our scope as an OCOG will unfold, and we apply the new norms 3+4 games planning framework. So right now, our work is underway in 3 key areas. We're building the foundation of our organization. We're beginning our commercial plan and the implementation of our joint venture with the USOC. And we are doing the groundwork for impact programming with the tremendous support and partnership of the IOC around our youth sports initiative that will create positive outcomes for young athletes well before the 28 games commence. First, with respect to laying the foundation of our organization, we have spent significant time developing the vision and values to guide us for the next 10 years. We are building a core team that will execute our long-term vision, and we've developed an organization-wide strategic plan that guides our near-term and long-term goals and objectives. Second, it's a lot of logos, we have established a joint venture with the USOC, which will operate as LA28's marketing and commercial team. That joint venture is responsible for managing our brand, developing new business, negotiating sponsorship deals, and managing partner relationships. This team is responsible for and will lead the charge to generating in excess of $2.5 billion of revenue across sponsorships and licensing. The team is based in Los Angeles, as well as Colorado Springs and New York, and they are off to a good start. As part of our historic agreement with the IOC and Paris 2024, we, the OCOG, took on the commitment of investing $160 million in youth sports in the 10 years leading up to the Games in 2028, what we believe may be the first pre-Games legacy in Olympic history. And we've been hard at work at developing our youth sports program as a way to effectively connect with the youth of our community. And it's already off to a great start. This summer, LA 2028 financially supported, in partnership with the City of LA's Swim LA program, the launch and expansion of their services led by Mayor Garcetti. Drowning is a leading cause of death in kids under 16 across America, and swim instruction is a vital part of staying safe. Parents and their kids shouldn't have to worry about access to pools or the cost of swim lessons. With our collective help, Swim LA doubled the number of kids who had access to and participated in the program, roughly 36,000 kids this summer, more than double what's been done in the past. As you can see in this picture, the program kicked off at the aquatics venue for the 1932 Olympics, a facility that still serves our community today and is part of our plan for delivery in 2028. And finally, our collaboration with the IOC in Paris 2024 is going well. Our friendship with Paris 2024 continues to grow. An LA 2028 delegation attended Paris 2024's first COCOM meeting in June, and our teams continue to collaborate and look for ways to take advantage of this unprecedented opportunity. We've participated in a number of productive meetings and workshops together to identify areas where we can share experience, knowledge, and expertise. And in 2019, our journey continues. We are working hard to create a brand that can live for the next 10 years and look forward to sharing with you and the world in the near future. And we look forward to being in front of you many times over the next 10 years. I hope they will all be as short and concise as this presentation, because I know you've got a lot on your agenda, and we thank you for the opportunity. This concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Los Angeles, for the report. And now we go to the report by the chairperson of the ANOC Commission and Working Group. Please, Larry Pross, present the report of the Marketing and New Source of Finance Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, President Bach, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I know we're running behind schedule, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is the report of the ANOC Marketing and New Sources of Finance Commission. As Gunilla indicated, this will be the last time this particular group meets, since all of the committees will be reconfigured in 2019. So I just want to thank all of the members of the committee for their time and engagement and good work over the past few years. Next slide, please. So Christoph touched on this marketing seminar program during his presentation earlier today. Just to provide a little more detail, we reviewed a presentation on the marketing seminar program. There were a total of 4 seminars that were conducted this past year. I think it's pretty remarkable to see that almost 150 NOCs participated in these seminars, so about 75% of all the NOCs in the world actually took advantage of this program in 2018. Next slide. This is the 3rd year of the program. You can see the areas of focus and the format by which these seminars are conducted. And it's very encouraging to see that the feedback continues to be very positive from all levels of this program, from entry level to intermediate to advanced. Next slide, please. So at the end of each one of these seminars, the participants are asked to suggest topics for the future. There were 4 main themes that came out of these seminars. First, improving NOC presence on social media platforms, working more effectively with rights-holding broadcasters and the Olympic Channel, athlete engagement, and engaging with top sponsors at a local level. And speaking of the top program, next slide, please. Christoph again reviewed this in great detail earlier this morning. Allianz is the newest top sponsor, joining top 10 from 2021 to 2024. You can see the number of companies that are engaged over the next 14 years in the top program. I'm sure those quadrennials 10, 11, and 12 will begin to fill up very quickly. And as President Bach mentioned in his remarks this morning, that's a demonstration of trust and confidence in the Olympic movement that will guarantee revenues for the 206 NOCs over an extended period of time. And leveraging the relationship with top sponsors at a local level was addressed in each of the 4 seminars. Not a particularly easy thing to do, but plenty of great examples to be learned from during these seminars. Next slide, please. We were also given a presentation by the Pan Am Sports Group, where they described a new marketing initiative. Nevin Illich and his marketing executive, Alexandra Orlando, made the presentation. And what they have done is focus their marketing resources, their sponsorship resources, across a multi-year spectrum of events, not just the Pan Am Games. And so they're offering a continuum of events that are appealing to sponsors. They've gotten off to a great start, have already secured commitments from ATOS and LATAM as their first 2 partners. And this seems like something that is a potential opportunity for other continental organizations, and I'm sure Nevin would be willing to share details on his program and the success they've had so far. James McLeod went into a little detail on this Czech Republic Olympic Festival. There were, as he said, there were 5 iterations of this during the PyeongChang Games. And he mentioned that there would be a toolkit or tutorial distributed to the NOCs around the world that will take place in the first quarter of 2019. And I encourage all of you to consider utilizing this very creative program in conjunction with the Tokyo 2020 Games. Last but not least, next slide, please. We had a preview of the presentation that you observed yesterday from the Organizing Committee of the San Diego Beach Games. This is the primary vehicle by which we are trying to generate additional revenue for the ANOC organization. And just a couple of key points that were shared with us. NBC has signed on as the broadcasting partner in the United States. They've committed to 48 hours of broadcast coverage. The Organizing Committee recently signed an agreement that guarantees funding for the event. And as you witnessed with their presentation, they've made a lot of operational progress in the last 10 or 12 months, and we think that they will be able to deliver some very significant and well-organized games in 2019, in October. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Larry. Some of Olympic Committee have some question? No question. Thank you very much, Larry. Well, now, ANOC Athlete Commission. Barbara Kendall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, dear colleagues. I'm delighted to be up here to report on the ANOC Athletes Commission's work over the last year. Now, if this was an Oceania forum, we'd actually have you all up and dancing by now because we're at the end of the second day, and I'm sure if your bottom feels anything like mine, you actually feel like you need to wriggle. Thanks, Cyril. But we've had a really, really busy year with the ANOC Athletes Commission, and the Olympic movement has been challenged in many areas, so we knew for our commission, it was very important to get our governance documents in place to ensure that in the next few years, our continental athletes commissions were recognised, legitimate, democratised, and that all the ANOC Athletes Commission, the Continental Athletes Commissions, and the NOC Athletes Commissions are under all these best practice documents. So you've heard about the Athletes Declaration. We've also reinforced our terms of reference and updated them. We've updated our Continental Athletes Commission guidelines, and we've also worked together on with the IOC for the NOC IOC guidelines on forming an NOC Athletes Commission. Kirsty and the President has already talked to you in great detail about the Athletes Declaration. I would just like to highlight a couple more points. The declaration was created for all athletes, by athletes, to benefit all athletes, not just Olympic athletes, because we know in many of your NOCs, around the world, there are other NOCs that aren't included in the Olympic umbrella. So 4,292 athletes from 190 countries and 120 sport disciplines participated in the survey that built this declaration. Really, it's a framework for you all to start a discussion with your athletes and help work on your athletes' terms of reference and work with your athletes on their rights and their responsibilities within your National Olympic Committee. We all know it's a fundamental right for athletes to compete, and there's been a lot of disruptions around the world on this particular area. So this declaration is really like a keystone document to help you start those discussions in many of these areas. We knew that it was really important to get a grip on actually how many athletes commissions we have around the world. So we sent out a questionnaire to your NOCs once in April and once in August to get updated statistics on your athletes commissions. As you can see, we've got a lot of work to do. In Africa, there are only 14 replies out of 54 countries. The Americas, 21 out of 41 countries. In Asia, there are 13 replies out of 45 countries. Europe, 28 replies out of 50 countries. And in Oceania, we had 14 replies out of 17 countries. So we would really appreciate your assistance in keeping our database up to date so we can communicate directly with your athletes and help them with all these amazing programs and education resources that are out there that are being created. Also, to assist with us, we've been so delighted to have Olympic Solidarity help us in forming the Continental Athletes Forum. So every 2 years in every continent there'll be an athletes forum. And there we'll be able to inform the athletes about the Olympic movement and all the resources that are available to them. We'll find ways to communicate effectively with each other in a network and making sure the NOCs, the ANOC, IOC, and WADA and other athletes commissions can all work together. They're great platforms to understand the needs of athletes and tell them all about the support that's currently available with Olympic Solidarity, the Athlete 365, Career Plus, Harassment and Abuse in Sport and sports betting. We want athlete commissions when athletes come along to educate them and to feel empowered on how they can effectively run an athletes commission and give them the resource of the Athletes Commission Toolkit. And from these forums, we create recommendations to enhance the Continental Games and future Continental Athletes Forums. Here's just a few stats from each of the continental regions of what we've achieved so far. So for Pan American, they are just rocking and rolling. In the last year, it's amazing to see the progress that their Continental Athletes Commission has made, and we know that it's down to the leadership of that continent. So they've had 3 meetings in 2018 and are implementing and reporting on a strategic plan that was created in 2016. Pan American Sports has an athlete on every single commission in the work that they do, and their athletes are proving very valuable in all their commission work. The recommendations that came out of their forum just recently, they want to have all NOCs to have an athletes commission by 2020 with an athlete on the executive board with voting rights. They're requesting an administration and budget support for each of the NOCACs so they can help do their work, and actively support IOC programs of the 365 and Career Plus. Plus, they would like to have a Pan Am support athletes commissions to attend the regional games and support the learn and share at every regional games. The Asian Athletes Commission has Athletes Forum just occurred a few days ago in Japan, in Tokyo. They've had 1 meeting in 2018, and their recommendations were very, very similar to the Pan American Sports, that each NOC must have an AC by 2020, with an athlete on the executive board and voting rights. Elections for the new Asian Athletes Commission will happen at the next forum. The NOC to enhance administration and financial support so that ACs can actually function. And the Asian Athletes Commission and the NOC Athletes Commissions work with the NOC to adopt the Athletes' Declaration of Rights and Responsibility. Europe, they met twice last year, and they have a strategy leading up to Tokyo 2020. They have 12 members on their commission and 2 members from the last quadrennial so they can transfer the knowledge. They're looking to support and educate at the European Games, Winter and Summer Youth Games next year. The EOC Athletes Commission Forum next year will concentrate on empowering athletes commissions. They're requesting a budget so they can meet twice a year and requesting support for a learn and share space at the European Games. The African Athletes Commission met twice last year, and the recommendations from their forum, you can see there's a similar pattern, by 2020 to have an Athletes Commission, a seat on the executive board and voting rights. The elections for the African Athletes Commission will happen at the next forum. The NOC Athletes Commission, they want all NOCs to lead the Career Plus program, and ANOC are to provide administration and budget so each AC can meet, and NOCs to provide an administration and budget so the Athletes Commissions meet. And last but not least, my favourite region, because I'm not biased, is Oceania. They met twice last year. They've created a new logo. The Oceania Athletes Commission created the Voices of the Athletes Learn and Share type booth, and it's been around since 2007, and it was at the Micronesian Games. They'll review their material now to be in line with what's happening globally, but also to customise it so it's relevant for our particular area. They've identified athletes commissions that aren't doing so well in some of our NOCs, and will focus on helping those athletes commission. They've put out a survey to the ACs within our region to see what other work they can do to ensure that the forum next year for Oceania is relevant for our area. So for next year, our ANOC Athletes Commission has a huge job in helping all of you implement the Athletes Declaration. We're going to review the NOC Athletes Commission toolkit that we created 3 years ago with the International Olympic Committee's Athletes Commission, so we're working together. There'll be 3 continental and an international forum, and we're encouraging, supporting, really want to help you and encourage you with your National Olympic Committee Athletes Commissions. On that work, also the Athletes 365, we've talked about this a lot, but I encourage all of you, please, to go online, have a little look, and get your athletes to register for this amazing platform of information. So far, there's 48,000 athletes that have registered on this platform that we can communicate to. The engagement has increased by 61%, so the athletes are crying out for this information and are really engaged with this platform. And the Facebook engagement has increased also. It's a great platform because there's many exclusive offers for Olympians to share job opportunities, and there's mentoring. You can personalise your particular area within the platform. There's lots of social media engagement across all the themes of the programs for athletes and education material. The great thing, it's in 7 languages. So communication shouldn't be a problem because we have all the different languages. And there's a regular newsletter that goes out to the athletes that are registered to the Athletes 365. And finally, a program that I've very passionate about because I was around since the inception of this program and the idea was born way back in 2005, is the Career Plus. It used to be called the Athletes Career Program. It was created, like I said, in 2005, and it supports athletes to prepare for and go through their career transition. Not only when it's very important, this whole platform, because it's good for athletes at the beginning of their career of sport, at the end of their career of sport, and when they transition into their next life. It's a fantastic program, and the area that I'm most passionate about is the outreach, because in many countries, career isn't an option. There aren't so many job opportunities, and I was delighted to hear about the entrepreneurial program that will be embedded into Career Plus. But the outreach is a fantastic platform for those NOCs that don't have career to get their athletes together and talk about life skills. And the outreach, we have trainers right across the world globally now, and it's reached over 8,000 participants. Fantastic program, so I encourage you all, and there's funding from Olympic Solidarity to have this program happen within your NOC. So in 2018, 636 athletes were reached from NOCs, 148 from Africa, 229 from the Americas, 84 from Asia, and 175 from Europe. So we're doing great things with this program. And finally, because I know it's been a very long day for all of you, this is the last time that I will be in front of you because I have expired. And it's fantastic. As an athlete, we have a term that you stay as an active athlete, and my term has expired, and it's been an absolute privilege and an honour to be in and around Athletes Commissions for over 20 years now, when I first joined the New Zealand Athletes Commission in 1996. So I really, truly have expired. But it's been amazing to see the progress of the Athletes Commissions over the years, and to hear the President speak this morning brought tears to my eyes, because after all the work that we've been trying to do, it really has come to a great place with this Athletes' Declaration of Rights and Responsibilities and to see the progress that we have made. And I really feel that it's not just talking the talk, we're actually walking the walk, because the athletes are at the heart of the Olympic movement. So I'm delighted to say the new chair for the ANOC Athletes Commission is Karo Leilai from Oceania. I'm just passing it to another coconut, from one coconut to another coconut, as we fondly say in Oceania. But your chairs, we have Amadou in Africa, Gerd in Europe, Alexandra in Pan American Sports, and Koji in Asia. Kirsty joins our Athletes Commission, and I'll hang around for a little bit to advise here and there as the wise old head. But it's been an absolute delight to be in front of you, and we look forward to all your support. I know the Athletes Commissions will look really forward to your support over the next few years as we work with these athletes. Thank you very much.
Barbara, thank you very much. Some question? No question. Of the International Commission in Spanish. En nuestros informes de Praga y de Santiago de Chile presentamos una referencia cronológica de hechos y negociaciones mantenidas con CIGEP UNESCO con el objetivo de firmar un acuerdo, un memorándum de entendimiento entre el Comité Olímpico Internacional, ACNO y CIGEP UNESCO en el marco y apoyando iniciativas y esfuerzos del Comité Olímpico Internacional y de las Naciones Unidas para proteger la autonomía del deporte y desarrollar relaciones armoniosas y constructivas entre los gobiernos y las organizaciones del deporte. Jérôme Poubey, Pera Miró y yo elaboramos ese documento en que se establecen claramente las responsabilidades y derechos de los comités olímpicos por un lado y de las autoridades nacionales del deporte por otro, así como las acciones a llevar adelante en forma conjunta para el mejor desarrollo del deporte en cada país. Lograr este acuerdo forzaría y facilitaría la implementación de la recomendación 28 de la Agenda 2020 del Comité Olímpico Internacional sobre autonomía de los comités olímpicos nacionales. Creemos seguir insistiendo en este tema, pero en los términos que nosotros planteamos, no los que nos planteó UNESCO en su oportunidad. Además, aprovechando la experiencia y la estrecha comunicación alcanzada entre ACNO y UNESCO. Muy importante es procurar participar en otros programas de las Naciones Unidas como lo estableciéramos hace 4 años al crearse esta comisión. Nos referimos al Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Medio Ambiente, NUMA, en donde uno de los programas es Océanos Limpios y con la autorización del Comité Olímpico Internacional lo aplicaríamos en los próximos Juegos de Playa, previo a un acuerdo que realizará nuestra Secretaria General Isitole con esta organización. En la Organización también Mundial de la Salud, el Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo y el Fondo de las Naciones Unidas para la Infancia, UNICEF. Son áreas en las que ACNO puede contribuir al desarrollo de una sociedad mejor a través del deporte y demostrar su compromiso social en el cuidado del medio ambiente, de la salud de la infancia, con el cumplimiento de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Al igual que nuestro anterior informe, hicimos referencia a los extraordinarios logros políticos alcanzados en Corea durante los Juegos Olímpicos de Invierno. Debemos resaltar hoy la magnífica participación de nuestros 206 comités olímpicos en los Juegos Olímpicos de la Juventud en Buenos Aires 2018, contribuyendo al éxito de los mismos. Una vez más, la excelente organización de Argentina y en gran parte merced a la gestión de nuestro presidente del Comité Olímpico Internacional, doctor Thomas Bach, quedó demostrado que el deporte es un instrumento de paz y comprensión entre las naciones. También resolvimos y discutimos en la Comisión y fue apoyar la libre participación de deportes, de equipos y atletas en todos los eventos internacionales bajo los auspicios del movimiento olímpico, bajo las mismas condiciones y sin ninguna forma de discriminación o interferencia política en los países organizadores, en línea con la posición del Comité Olímpico Internacional, recientemente reiterada, y los esfuerzos conjuntos entre el Comité Olímpico Internacional y las federaciones internacionales, y que asegura que estos requerimientos se cumplan en todos los países sede de competencias internacionales. Una vez más, expresar al finalizar este periodo nuestro agradecimiento por la confianza y el apoyo recibido en el desarrollo de la labor de esta comisión por el señor presidente de ACNO, el jefe Hamad Al-Fahad, la señora secretaria general Gulina Limber, de todos los miembros de esta comisión y de los comités olímpicos nacionales. ¿Hay alguna pregunta? Some question? No question. Now, the ANOC Medical Commission that will be presented for the Dr. Chris Milas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm presenting this on behalf of Dr. Robin Mitchell, who's been a little busy in the last couple of days, as you can appreciate, and we'll have a full written report available shortly. So really this is just a brief verbal summary of what we've been up to in the last year. The major initiative has been to do with clarifying the medical care and anti-doping policies with regard to the upcoming ANOC Beach Games in San Diego next year. So that's really involved harmonisation of the documents with the existing benchmarks. The second initiative has been obviously working between each continent and looking for opportunities to collaborate and maximise the efficiency of delivery of medical care to our athletes, and obviously by extension provide health benefits for the wider community. And really, it's just to enable these initiatives to spread as rapidly and as effectively as possible. The third thing is, in addition, one of our members, Professor Pagozzi, is the current president of FIMS, the International Federation of Sports Medicine, and this is a major international network of doctors working in the field of sports medicine. So the recent FIMS Congress was held in Rio de Janeiro, and the next one is planned for a couple of months after Tokyo 2020. In addition, we've had updates from our chair, Dr. Robin Mitchell, with regard to the activities of the IOC Medical Commission and also the Olympic Solidarity World Programs. Finally, really just to report that Professor Pagozzi also sits on the WADA board, and so he was able to give us an update as to their activities. It's also appropriate for me at this time to pay tribute to the pioneering work of Prof. Eduardo de Rose from Brazil, that a lot of you will be familiar with, and my colleague Professor Jagathisan from Malaysia, both of whom have been involved with anti-doping work for the last 3 decades. So in closing, I'd just like to thank Dr. Mitchell for his able chairmanship of our commission and his ever-present diplomacy, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Some question about the medical commission? No question? Well, now the ANOC Modernization follow-up Commission. Janus, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm reading the report of Chair of the Modernization Commission, Kevin Gosper, who's already heading to the neighboring Australia. Dear colleagues, you will remember that that is Kevin, last reported to you in Prague in November 2017, and indeed the previous year in Doha, that the Modernization Commission has delivered on all of our 2012 proposals, and by interference of our Commission might be dissolved in 2018. Even so, we believe that there remain some emerging issues that needed our and therefore ANOC's further attention. We singled out, for example, the matters of post-athlete careers, NOC constitutional reviews, governance progress, and gender balance. At our Commission meeting here in Tokyo, we were reminded that the ANOC President, together with the Executive Council, would be reviewing the ANOC Commission structure, and our discussion therefore focused on whether the Modernization Commission had completed its mandate, or that in a dynamic and fast-changing world there would continue to be need for an oversight body like our Commission, albeit with an adjustment to the Commission title. Unsurprisingly, the general consensus we reached was that there was an ongoing need for a similar but perhaps differently configured role in terms of reference, and that we would now await the forthcoming review of the Commission structure in early 2019. That concludes the report of Kevin Gosper.
Well, thank you very much, Janus. Now, the last report is the ANOC Youth Commission that the President Sebastian Coe, not is present, must leave for compromise that he have, but they leave here two very important representatives per people, Leo Santos Lima Silva de Brasil y Isabel Goodwell de Palau. Two very young representatives.
Good afternoon, President Bach, and distinguished Olympic family members. Konnichiwa. I'm delighted to be here presenting to you on behalf of the ANOC Youth Commission. My name is Leonardo, I'm from Brazil, and I'm here with my colleague Isabel from Palau. So, throughout 2018, the Youth Commission have maintained their commitment and drive to ensure their in-country projects continue to make a difference. This has secured the Commission's vision to inspire and empower future Olympic leaders at the core of their work.
As a Youth Commission comprising of Brazil, Palau, Azerbaijan, South Africa, and the UK, we have continued to inspire young people in each of our countries through our projects, and we wanted to highlight what we're most proud of after 4 years. To date, we've reached a total audience of 8,000 young participants across all our projects. We have expanded our reach beyond schools, universities, and federations, and now include social centers, orphanages in Brazil, and family events in Palau.
Also, we have engaged over 50 partners, including IOC and NOC sponsors, government departments, Youth Foundation, and local sporting programs. Delivered 100 events ranging from students' competitions in Azerbaijan and also educational and health workshops in Brazil. We have already trained 700 young leaders across sport, education, health, and business.
60 athlete role models from a wide range of sport were involved in the delivery of the events. We have effected strategy within our NOCs, for example, gathering youth insight for the British Olympic Association. We have engaged with young people from 2 to 24 years old, and we've delivered over 45 presentations to audiences, including schools and academic officials, NOC stakeholders, athletes, and government officials.
The Youth Commission to date has delivered over 100 different events. These range from annual open water swimming in Palau, a volunteers program of the Brazil Youth School Games 2018, a summer camp in Rock Islands in Palau, a 30-day Young Talent Challenge in South Africa, the first school Olympic Games in Azerbaijan, and working with our NOCs to discuss youth strategy. So, during our time in the Youth Commission, we all have agreed that we've come a long way. From our experience in delivering these projects, we've learned how important it is to be disciplined, resilient, patient, and responsible.
Through investing time in our projects, we've grown personally, gained experience, and are left motivated and inspired to continue to make an impact. We will continue to engage with the youth, as well as expanding and building upon the experience and knowledge we've gained to continue our promotion of Olympism and the Olympic values. As the first Youth Commission, we would like to say thank you to ANOC and our NOCs for giving us the opportunity to be a part of the Commission and making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leo and Isabel. Some question? No question. Thank you very much. And now, miscellaneous. Something, nothing. Thank you very much. Well, resolution of the Assembly. Our secretary have the floor. Gunilla.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We have put together the resolutions from this two-day meeting, and I am going to read it to you. I'm sure you're expecting something funny, but it's, we will also put it on the PowerPoint so you can follow, and if you approve, then we will send it all to you. So the text is resolutions of the 23rd ANOC General Assembly in Tokyo 2018. A total of 206 NOCs gathered in the city of Tokyo for the 23rd ANOC General Assembly and agreed on the following resolution. 1. ANOC congratulates the Japanese Olympic Committee and its president Tsunekazu Takeda for the excellent organization of the ANOC meetings. 2. ANOC approves the report given by the Electoral Commission, which confirmed that the nomination process for election of the president and senior vice president is in compliance with the ANOC Constitution. 3. ANOC further approves the report of the Electoral Commission that the only nominated candidate for the position of President of ANOC has advised that he is temporarily stepping aside and on account of such that the election of ANOC President be adjourned for the time being. ANOC fully endorses the election of Dr. Robin Mitchell as ANOC Senior Vice President. ANOC congratulates the IOC and its President Thomas Bach for the success of the Olympic Winter Games in PyeongChang and the Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires, as well as hosting of the Olympism in Action Forum in the same city. ANOC unanimously adopts and supports the Athletes' Rights and Responsibilities Declaration as presented by the IOC Athletes Commission Chairperson, Mrs. Kirsty Coventry, and pledges to implement it. ANOC fully supports the IOC position not to introduce prize money at the Olympic Games, respecting the diversity of all NOCs and IFs and in solidarity with the Olympic values. ANOC fully supports the IOC position to ensure all athletes' participation in all international competitions, independent of political considerations. ANOC fully supports the Independent Testing Authority, ITA, and calls for all NOCs and continental associations to join the ITA as major event organizers to ensure the protection of clean athletes. ANOC reiterates its commitment to implement the highest standards of good governance and approve the ANOC Legal Commission's proposed changes to the ANOC Constitution. ANOC approved the proposal of the ANOC Legal Commission to establish an independent ethics commission, and the members of the ANOC Ethics Commission were approved by the General Assembly. ANOC approved the position of Mr. Jan Kleiner as ANOC Chief Compliance Officer for the period of 2018 until 2022. ANOC supports the IOC toolkit for the Olympic movement to safeguard participants from harassment and abuse in sports, as presented by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal Al Hussein from Jordan. ANOC confirms it will establish a new commission for gender equity to be chaired by His Highness Prince Faisal, President of the Jordan Olympic Committee. ANOC applauds the progress made in the preparations for the ANOC World Beach Games in San Diego 2019 and acknowledges the excellent cooperation it has received from the international federations, the IOC Sports Department, and San Diego Organizing Committee. ANOC asks for the continuing support from the IOC in the discussions with GIVES regarding the urban games proposed to be held in Los Angeles in 2019. ANOC stands firmly behind the spirit of Rule 40 and asks all NOCs to make sure they protect the rights of their respective NOC during the period of the Games. ANOC heard the presentations of the preparations for the upcoming Games in Tokyo, Beijing, Paris, and Los Angeles, as well as for the Youth Olympic Winter Games in Lausanne, and gave them all support for their important work in the coming years. ANOC confirms the composition of the ANOC Executive Council for 2018 till 2022, as per the nominations from the continental associations, and as ex officio members, the Secretary General, and the identified chairs of its commissions to ensure that the Executive Council work is informed by experts in the various matters of discussions.
Well, I think that we approve the report. An applause. Oh,
No.
No. Excuse me. 69.
69, Finland.
Who is 69? Finland.
We would like to point out that a part of good governance is that all meeting material is delivered enough early before the General Assembly. And we kindly ask that this kind of comment will be added into the minute of this General Assembly. That's our point, because in the next time we hope that we will have this material before the meeting. Thank you very much.
In connection with the resolution of the Assembly is impossible to send before. Is that we decide.
Yeah, we understand that.
One moment, please. Yeah. One moment. Finish. That in the future, we said before, in relation with the balance and the financial statement, we go to send with time, because in this circumstance, in this opportunity, was very difficult.
Our comment.
You have the floor.
Yeah, our comment is general, and it was also possible to deliver this resolution, for example, 30-50 minutes ago. It's easy to read and then to say that it's okay. That's our point only.
You will have it now, but we finished writing it 10 minutes ago, so it's quite difficult. But we will print it, and you can read it. And if you have any comments, we will, of course, look at it. But we just finished reading, as we have to cover the whole meeting. 138.
Thank you very much. I will support the finish. It will not cost so much if you send this out, because we can read it, we can maybe coming with some better comments. For this time, I think this will be perfect. But for the next time, give us a little more time so we can be a better partner when we're doing this resolution. Thank you very much.
For the documents, for the meetings, we are trying to distribute all the material we have in good time, but sometimes we don't receive the reports until very late. But we take note of your comments and we'll try to do the best, and according to the ANOC Constitution. Oh. Paraguay, please.
Presidente, propongo aprobar las resoluciones, por favor. Gracias.
The ANOC General Assembly, San Diego. You have the floor.
So the 24th ANOC General Assembly in San Diego will, I'm just waiting for a PowerPoint. Oh. Next one. Will take place just before the beach games in the Manchester Grand Hyatt Hotel in San Diego City Center, and we will be in one hotel and have the facilities, meeting facilities in the same hotel. So hopefully we will have the same good conditions as it is here. It's 10 minutes from the official airport in San Diego. And the arrival date for the commissions and the council members is 7th of October. We have meetings 7 and 8. The 9th and 10th October is the General Assembly, so please mark in your schedule. And then the opening ceremony for the beach games is on the 10th, and it finishes in the 14th in the evening. As we will all travel to United States, and it's quite complicated with the visas, we ask you to help us in the process and be early with your paperwork. So we will send out in the first couple of months next year how the procedure will be. But I just want to inform you that we need a long time for visas for going to United States. So that was all about the next General Assembly in San Diego. And I can also inform you, as we are following now the procedure of IOC, so we try to appoint as many host cities as we can. So the 2020 General Assembly has been awarded to Seoul, Korea. They have the 100-year jubilee of their organization, and they have sent a letter, and they want to have a joint organization with North Korea. So the Council has decided that we have accepted their proposal, so that is for 2020, and we will come back to you with the dates. And then, Mr. Chairperson, if you allow me, can I continue? And I invite the Pan Am Sports up on the stage. They have asked to take the floor now.
Good evening. I will deliver this speech in Spanish, please. Al final de esta asamblea, y en mi condición de presidente de la Organización Deportiva Panamericana, voy a tener el honor de asumir como vicepresidente de ANOC. Pero no quiero hacer esto sin poder rendir hoy día un tremendo homenaje a quien ha sido nuestro líder por muchísimos años, a quien ha sido el vicepresidente por América de ANOC por más de 10, 15 años. Una persona que realmente admiro y admiramos, que nos ha guiado durante mucho tiempo, que nos ha enseñado la generosidad de ser un dirigente que siempre tiene los brazos abiertos para recibir a todos los que estamos aprendiendo. Quiero pedirle a mi gran amigo Julio Maglione que venga acá. Querido Julio. Julio, yo sé que has tenido 2 días muy duros y no queremos hacerte cansar más, pero en nombre de los 41 países que componen América, queremos decirte muchas gracias. Admiramos todo lo que has sido capaz de hacer durante todos estos años. Sobre todo admiramos la generosidad con que nos has tratado a todos. A mí me tocó personalmente llegar a este mundo hace mucho tiempo, donde no es fácil abrirse paso. Y tuve la gran suerte de encontrarme contigo en el camino y siempre fuiste generoso, siempre fuiste capaz de enseñarnos, de abrirnos el camino, de tener una palabra de bondad, un consejo que siempre nos ayudó. Tú eres un gran hombre, un gran líder y hoy día queremos decírtelo delante de los 206 comités olímpicos del mundo en representación de todos nosotros que somos América, que somos tus amigos, que te queremos y que te admiramos. Y queremos entregarte este pequeño recuerdo como símbolo de nuestra amistad y de nuestro reconocimiento al gran hombre y al gran líder que tú eres para todos nosotros.
No, yo simplemente decir que tengo una una gran emoción. Todo esto lo guardaron en un gran secreto. Yo ni me imaginaba vivir este momento con mis 83 años. Simplemente que lo que he tratado en mi vida es hacer lo mejor por el deporte, por la convicción que tengo de la importancia que tiene el mismo, que acá se ha dicho con toda claridad y fundamentalmente por nuestro presidente, el doctor Thomas Bach, y decir que yo lo único que he tratado es hacer las cosas lo mejor posibles y tener los mayores y mejores amigos en el movimiento deportivo, como lo he tenido en todos ustedes y especialmente en ODEPA. Muchas gracias.
A seguir trabajando.
Bueno, hemos terminado la reunión. Las circunstancias han hecho que me tocara tener la responsabilidad de dirigirla, la ayuda de Gunilla, la ayuda de Hussein, la ayuda de Robin ha sido fundamental para poder llevar adelante esta reunión. Agradecer la presencia del presidente del Comité Olímpico Internacional, nuestro querido presidente, amigo y personalidad en el mundo del deporte, el doctor Thomas Bach, que ha tenido la paciencia de acompañarnos durante toda la reunión y expresarnos con toda claridad dónde está hoy el movimiento olímpico y hacia dónde va y la importancia que tiene. Expresar el agradecimiento a todos ustedes, a todos los comités olímpicos, el agradecimiento a los traductores que nos han acompañado de una manera extraordinaria, agradecerle todo lo hecho al comité organizador de los próximos Juegos Olímpicos en Tokio 2020 y establecer de que, bueno, hemos llevado adelante esta reunión entre todos y ahí está el principal factor, que las cosas se hagan en forma conjunta, con armonía, con respeto y en la búsqueda de lo mejor para el deporte en el mundo. Muchísimas gracias.
selfie. It's easier.
Can you take a photo? Would you mind? There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much.
3, 2, 1. And one here, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
See you soon.